Всем привет, дорогие друзья, с вами я, Егор. Мы потихонечку стартуем нашу трансляцию. Погнали в Нуар. Короче, то что-то немного засиделся и уже думал, что пора. Я тут слышал, что часть купленных игр Microsoft немножечко отзывает. Интересно знать. У меня, короче, была подписка на несколько месяцев, при этом подаренная Microsoft. Интересно, что с ней. Она типа по региону будет заблокирована или у меня, например, будут доступны игры, потому что мне ее подарили типа официально, чтобы я в их игры поиграл. Так что фиг поймешь, короче. Жесть, она громкая, конечно. Я уж и забыл. Жесть какая-то. Так, ну чё? Я помню, что нас повысили до отдела убийств. Я не играл без стрима. Сегодня было много ретардских всяких дел. Так что сейчас, надеюсь, часов на 8, может быть, даже больше засядем и просто попроходим сюжеточку дальше. Так что продолжить. Помада цвета крови. Блин, так жизнь то же самое место, где... Жесть.
All right, gentlemen, take your seats. Let's get this over before lunch. Floyd Rose at the homicide squad has decided to take early retirement. We will all miss Floyd and the steely edge he brought to his police work. The department has arranged a wee drink at the Galway Arms to quench the mighty thirst a man gets from 25 years of police work. Floyd's departure leaves the place at the top table, and the chief has seen fit to promote Cole Phelps from burglary to the homicide desk. Stand up, Phelps. Take a cheer. You're in the major leagues now, Sonny. Rusty Galloway, a fine lawman of the old school, will be taking you under his wing. Your first case is the murder of a woman, found last night and bearing all the signs of the werewolf. Get out to the scene, lads.
Оборотень, это типа оборотень в погонях или кто? Новый фигурант дела, подозреваемый, жертва убийцы. Блин, я не то читал, чуваки. Надо было подсказку читать вместо того, чтобы... Видите, мы в другом полицейском департаменте? Нет. Тут наш начальник сидел. Ну, ты понял? Мэм. Почему она сказала stupid и перевели типа лучше садись за руль, хотя она там что-то явно другое сказала. Про правила или что-то такое. Это странно звучало, ну ладно. Новая машина у отдела убийств. Давайте попробуем на ней проехаться. Хотя она похожа на старую. На старую колымагу. Блин, чуваки, знаете, в прошлый раз я, когда играл в эту игру, вот вчера это было ровным счетом, в игре было 30 фэпосов. Сейчас в ней тоже 30 фэпосов. Но после 5 часов стрима я привыкну. Сейчас я опять зашел в игру, и видя 30 фэпосов, мне прям ультра тяжело это осознать. Короче, да. Консольщики снова соснули, как говорится. У них все еще 30 фэпосов на консоли. Чуваки, этот долбоеб сам перестраивается. Да куда они, блядь, перестраиваются? Что это за пиздец? Видели вообще? Так я, блядь, еду, козлина.
What did he mean by the werewolf?
The Dahlia. The Daily News came out calling him the werewolf killer. The Examiner came up with the Black Dahlia.
We any closer to catching him?
Нет, ну только что мы видели злостное нарушение правил. А на перекрестке менять ряд вот так вот.
90% of murders are domestic.
Кажется, нельзя.
Some guy gets into a beef with his wife, he takes it too far. This will be the same. But cutting someone in half and leaving them off the sidewalk, that's a one-off.
Why so many women this year?
Because of the war. You should know that. Guy gets to kill people every day in combat. Comes home, he's expected to take lip from his wife. What do you think's gonna happen?
It's that simple.
Like I said, most of the time it is.
Блин, согласен. Вместо того, чтобы ебать женщин, парни, вернувшиеся с войны, просто их убивают. Охуенная.
Right.
Ну, посмотрите, как шаболды ходят. На похуй просто. Нам сюда надо подъехать. Лол. Чуваки, каждый раз до этого, подъезжая к месту преступления, начиналась заставка, и нас просто тэпало куда-то. А здесь мы реально как будто начали работать. Смотрите, там впереди петучонок. Блин, 5 фэпсов в игре. Я теперь, кстати, знаю то, что... Ну, еще после... А, ну вот. Ошибка, надо было сюда подъезжать.
How about a scoop for the Examiner, Galloway? You could use some good press.
Another tramp, another message. Is the werewolf back in business, boys?
Do you have a mother, asshole? A sister? How about showing some respect for this poor woman? Let us do our job, and Detective Galloway will give you a statement later.
He's good, Rusty. He even sounds genuine.
That's Phelps, guys. The war hero. Defending the honor of murdered humps.
You're used to it, Phelps. Moving along, guys. You got your pictures, you got your headlines. Now scram.
Блин, классно. Да не, бля, как же охуенно быть фотографом в то время, чуваки. Я базарю вам. Просто топ. Единственное Ой. Ой. Шлюх-то голая оказалась. Бля, ну это типа кадры из игры за это не должны вроде как забанить. Надо как-то побольше в экран влезть. И может быть все будет нормально. Приходит парочка.
You were first on the scene?
Yes, detective.
No one's disturbed the body?
No, sir. We cleared out them vulture reporters so Pinker and the coroner could work. They're waiting to talk to you.
Go house to house and see what you come up with.
Бля. Так. Давайте осмотримся. Смотрите, протекторы, следы, там вся... Опа. Смотрите, он прям встал в... Блять, вы не представляете. Невозможно повернуться. Оп, видите, хороший след.
What can you tell me about the shoe prints?
Men's size 8s. Pinker lifted impressions for me to compare back at the lab.
будем ходить и прикладывать к туфелькам. Смотрите, следы крови. То есть это следы волочения. Он ее еще и тащил куда-то. Так зачем? Он ее выкинул вот здесь. Тут же, например, отпиздил. И оттащил. Кстати, вчера я сказал, жаль, что в этой игре нету сисек. И тут бам. Сумочка жертвы. Нам ключи нужно взять. Что это? Помада.
Looks brand new. Can't be the one used on the body.
Красивая помада, кстати. Я могу расческу посмотреть, может быть, на ней что-то написано? Блять. Так неловко и нелепо. Меня всегда напрягает то, что он вот так вот это крутит, а вот так вот не может показать, типа полностью развернуть. Может быть, там на рукоятке что-то написано. Типа, неважно. Ладно, давайте к женщине подойдем. Может быть.
Cause of death? Could be the head injuries. She has been badly
Они
stalked.
что-то написали.
The cuts looks
Fuck you.
interesting.
БД. Отчет за Т. Блин, он рукой закрыл. Ногой теперь закрыто. Что значит Т? Но БД это явно инициалы. Fuck you. Бля, по ней еще и проехались. Чуваки по ней еще и прокатились. На автомобиле. Не знаю, зачем вот это действие с тем, чтобы полапать руку. Но это выглядит странно.
What about this wound on the finger?
Пропавшие
Ring, most
драгоценности.
likely. I assume it was taken post-mortem.
Понял. Теперь понял, зачем, кстати, лапать руку.
What caused the blunt force injury to the face?
Удар по
Could be
голове.
anything from a baseball bat to a lug wrench. I'll have more details after the autopsy.
Да, жестко. Надо отойти и
What's the
осмотреть.
writing on the victim mean? BD, like Dahlia?
Черная орхидея,
Text.
текст, понятия не
Your
имею.
guess is as good as mine.
Ну, БД типа.
Could be
это
something to it, or it could be the killer's trying to throw you off the scent.
может
Either
быть.
way, I'll run tests from the lipstick. Any idea of the time of death? From the temperature,
Мне
I'd say
кажется,
after
БД
midnight.
это либо
I'll
ее
confirm with you
инициалы,
later.
либо инициалы там уёбка какого-нибудь, либо ее мужа. А вот что означает ТЭТ? Или вот ТЭКС? Или ТЕХ? Ну, ТЕХ. Ладно. Хотя хочется еще посмотреть. Ну не знаю, блин. А зачем он раздел? Все-таки вот это непонятно. Смотрите, шайба.
Looks like some kind of puzzle or parlor game.
Головоломка или настольная игра. Еще он щелкает. Типа вот так надо, да? Ага. Так а здесь что не так? Нижнее кольцо не крутится. А это Мадагаскар. Блять, что, Мадагаскар не прилепляется? Это не Африка, я понял. Это Америка. Нихуя себе.
The Bomba Club. Why steal a table lighter?
When we get to the Bomba, a man could die of thirst in a case like this.
Согласен. Похуй на шаболу, погнали просто Прибухнем, блядь, ну, это правильное решение. Он просто, смотрите, как сразу же пошагал, узнав про... Так они, погодите, они вообще сверили отпечатки пальцев или что-то сделали? Может быть, этот еблан выкинул, мягко говоря, сумочку где-то здесь, ее. И мы можем просто как-то определить ее, как ее зовут там хотя бы. Куда-то же ее одежда пропала. Мы так и не поняли, может она изнасилована, не знаю. Блять, ну это пиздец упущение, я считаю.
This equipment is valuable, and so is my time. Leave me alone.
Оставь меня в покое. Понял. Так, и коп что-то нашел.
Hope you know what you're looking for.
Часто бывала жертва. Как мы определили, что именно там часто бывала жертва? Не знаю. Блин. Шар, который просто там появился, но он типа... Он просто есть, и все. А мне кажется, это странно. Блять, тут нету пешеходного перехода. Козлы.
The werewolf? For my money, a copycat.
We can't rule it out. We need to work the evidence.
You'd love that, wouldn't you? A big head to hang on your wall. Caller of the decade. You've been working evidence on the BD case for 6 months and got nicked.
There's a difference, Rusty.
Oh, yeah?
I just started working it today.
Okay, Oddshot. What's more likely? The werewolf comes back around, leaving us alone in a corpse?
He clearly has a thing for power. Power over women. Why not power over the police department as well?
Let me finish, Phelps. A guy opens his mouth again after 6 months of stewing. Or some opportunist who's been reading about the BD
С ним уже несколько месяцев пытаются поймать.
That's not totally fantastic.
Ну, я согласен. Нужно просто подождать, чтобы он оставил побольше подсказок. Соответственно, убил побольше женщин. И раздел. Там еще больше найдем подсказок. И заодно еще больше посмотрим на сиськи. Охуенный план, так сказать.
So you don't think the werewolf has continued to operate in the Los Angeles area?
No chance. You would have found it.
This officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive. Officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive, at 211 in progress and shots fired. Unit to handle code 3.
Shots fired. Вот видите, я тоже как мудак теперь вожу. Хотя попытался в начале игры нормально ездить. Но боты просто дикие. Меняют полосы не по правилам, вырезаются, подрезают. Погодите. Кажется, если я вот так сделаю. Ты, блядь, козлина. Ну я понял, до перекрестка они типа останавливаются, меняют полосу, но сразу же после перекрестка либо на нем просто лагают и делают какую-то херню. Бамба Клаб.
Gentlemen, what can I get you?
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. Were you working here last night?
Yes. How can I help, officer?
You can start with your name.
Garrett Mason.
You're the regular bartender on nights?
I'm a temporary barman. I work for an agency. I fill in at bars across town.
Do you remember a woman who came in here last night? 5'7", about 110 pounds, blonde hair, about 40 years of age.
Блин, фунты вообще не понимаю.
Henry.
Yes. Do you know anything about her?
I don't. But the owner, Mr. McCall, serves her most nights. Would you like to speak to him?
I would.
He sits at the back of the club. Wears a hibiscus. You can't miss him. Is there anything else?
Fire away, Phelps. I'll stay
Тайская
here
роза
in
в
the little park.
пепельнице.
Pour me
Чего?
3 fingers of rye.
Наш чел сразу же, детектив, решил выпить. Давайте посмотрим, нальет ли ему. Понял. Ну тогда технологии еще плохо, понимаете,
Going to
были.
pay for that?
Плохо работали.
House officer. That's the spirit. Tell me another.
Блин, а как понять чела, который мне нужен? Ну, очевидно, наверное, что это вот этот лухарь.
Detective Phelps, LAPD. We're investigating the murder of Celine Henry. Do you know her?
Celine? Christ. Sure, I know her. She and I and Jacob, her husband, we go way back.
She was here last night?
Sure, she's a regular. Celine was a lovely woman.
Was Mrs. Henry here with anyone last night?
Пришла одна.
Not at first. Celine already had quite a head start.
But she attracted attention?
Certainly. A few gentlemen became very enamored with her and her stories. One guy in particular.
Давай.
You know him?
No. He's been in a couple of times.
Did they leave together?
Yes. At around 11. If it helps, I made the guy's license plate.
A waitress. Can I have another spoon?
I think this could be a great help, sir. Thank you.
Дар убеждения, дали ачивку. Блин, класс. Прекрасно. Возьмите, сэр. Украдено кольцо.
Mrs. Henry appeared to be missing a ring, torn from her finger, but not her wedding finger.
Celine always wore a red garnet ring on the large side. Larger than life, like Celine herself.
Did she have it a long time?
Sure. Since way back in her flying days.
Did her husband buy it for her?
No, it was before Jacob.
Походу он ей подарил. Посмотрите, как он.
I think you know where the ring came from, and I think you're gonna tell me.
Okay. I bought it
Лол,
years
я
ago.
это угадал.
I carried a torch for Celine in those days. Guess I always have.
По-любому.
The old man never knew about it.
You know the husband?
Sure I know Jacob. He was in the Corps. He met Celine on a furlough and married her when the war was finished. He put up with a load of shit.
Do you think he killed his wife?
No. No, not in my opinion.
Но он, типа, сейчас выглядит вроде как нормально, но все равно что-то не договаривает.
So if it wasn't Jacob, then you probably let her out of here with the guy who killed her. How do you feel about that?
Stow the attitude, will ya? I tried to get on to Jacob. I rang him up. Asked him to come pick her up like usual. But he refused. And she picked some night to push him over the edge. I rang him back around 11:30, but got no answer.
Thanks, Mr. McCall. You've been a big help. One more thing. Would you have an address for Celine?
142 North Union Avenue. God knows I had to send her home in enough cabs to remember that.
Блядь, знаете, мне кажется, он захотел вернуть свое кольцо с гранатом, ёбнул ее и все, и сейчас сидит здесь и нервничает, поэтому, хотя...
Let's get out of here.
Hey, what's the hurry? My stool was just starting to warm up nicely.
Да блин, вообще я согласен, можно и побухать немного. Погодите, давайте насчет номера узнаем.
Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need a registered owner on a license plate, 2boy8899.
Yes, Detective. I'll need to contact the DMV. Shall I relay the details via KGPL?
Please. Thanks.
Так, ну нам блядь. Кстати, знаете, что я понял, что работая в транспортной полиции, я в 2 раза проще находил номера. Дом семьи Ганнери.
You find the booze helps you get through a working day?
Sharpens my investigatory instincts, Phelps.
A smart lawyer might use that to throw out anything you collect today.
Smart man might know it's unwise to stand between the patient and his medicine.
As long as you're not falling over, Rusty, I'll let it slide.
That's mighty kind of you, Phelps. No, you picked the wrong job with a healthy thirst offends you, Cole.
We owe it to this city to do the best we can in this position. As homicide detectives, that responsibility is all the more serious.
Always the politician.
It's not political, it's practical. Maybe the men combing Hollywood Boulevard after the Elizabeth Short murder were more interested in sniffing out booze than the clues that would have led to her killer.
Yeah, well, if only you'd been there, choir boy. Betty Short would be alive, the Japs would have spared Pearl Harbor, our ancestors wouldn't have tasted the forbidden fruit.
Minor syntactical error,
Почему нас, как зрителей, в общем-то, сидящих за этой историей, может научить она? То, что алкоголь это плохо, вот. Вот и все. И нужно пить дома. Тогда, скорее всего, все будет лучше. Вот я, например, слежу только в телефоне за диалогами, если что, кому-нибудь может быть интересно. Но диалоги в этой игре это полная поебота. И сейчас вам объясню почему. Смотрите, чуваки. Тут еще будет допрос. И он выглядит супер тупо. Просто пиздец.
I'll try the back door. Wait here a second.
Конечно, так заглядывать в окно, это не особо приятно. Ебать. Ну, его выбили. Очевидно. Смотрите, на холодоснике записка.
Side window's been jimmied. Looks like somebody's creeped the joint.
Это полиция, надо было крикнуть. Выходите. Давайте осмотримся. Кто-то бухал и смотрел. Чё, кстати, зачем здесь вообще жрать? Ты смотришь на камин, ну, наверное, слушаешь музыку. Но вот даже я, живя сейчас один, жру всегда на кухне. Даже когда хочу что-то посмотреть за компом. Вот я с детства, знаете, ем всегда на кухне. Ну раз осколки вылетели сюда, значит...
Why did you kick the door in?
You think I'm gonna climb through a broken window in a $30 suit? You got another thing coming, Buster.
Короче, идея в чем? Вот смотрите. Ведь окно могло быть разбито с этой стороны, чтобы человек попытался вылезти и сбежать. Тут записка. Вот я ее заметил сразу. Протрезвеешь, приходи. Угу.
Celine and Jacob are obviously having problems. It speaks to motive.
Да, мне кажется, он даже не знал, что ее убито. Да, да, я, кстати, согласен с другим детективом. То, что очевидно, раз он оставил такую записку.
Don't take all day about it, Phelps. I'll get nasty when I'm thirsty. Galloway, homicide, badge number 564. Requesting technical services for suspected 459 at 142 North Union.
Что это такое?
This doesn't pertain to the case.
Что это такое вообще? Пылесос. Бля, я реально не понимаю, что это за вещь. Блин, это ведро, видимо, аристократичная семья. Жена, знаете ли, не особо хочет вылазить из-под одеяла и просто ссыт ведро. Блять, на самом деле, скорее всего, он постоянно просто пьяный и блюет в это ведро. Опа, тут должны быть какие-то документы.
I doubt it.
Ну, вообще, она говорила, что она была летчиком, но мне больше интересно, что в коробке, так сказать. Тут письмо, посмотрите. Ладно, всем на него похуй. Ну, очевидно, я что-то не нашел. Но не знаю, что. Ключ.
Nothing significant.
Мы его не берем. С другой стороны, блять, ключ ведь раз есть, значит он что-то открывает. Соглы, чуваки. Давайте, наверное, посмотрим все-таки, что здесь нужно взять. Охуеть, вы не поверите. Вы просто не поверите, друзья. Блять, нужно быть просто каким-то... Бля, я даже не знаю, где это. На стойке возле телефона. У меня игра зависла, чуваки. Я двигаться не могу. Не могу. Ну вот блокнот, да? Короче, я не знаю. Выглядит как какой-то бред, если честно. А где наш напарник? Погодите. Мисс.
I knew it wasn't safe around here.
LAPD. Are you acquainted with Celine Henry, Miss?
Horgan! Jennifer Horgan. I've known Celine for more than 10 years. Our children grew up together. What's going on, officer?
Did you see Mrs. Henry go out last night?
Well, I'm no busybody, you understand, but Celine had been drinking, and she and poor, long-suffering Jacob had a terrible row. I think Jacob may have given her a black eye. He stormed out and she went back inside.
Did he come back?
No. Celine was listening to music and shouting until she left around 10 p.m. She was very drunk to have been driving. But she is not the sort of person you can stop from doing something when her dander is up. What is this about, officer? Is Celine all right?
I'm afraid Mrs. Henry has been murdered, ma'am.
Murdered? Oh, my God. I'm afraid I need to go and sit down.
Понял. Да она ее убила. Все. Просто.
Let's see what Jacob has to say for himself.
I don't think Jacob is our man, but we should see what he has to say.
А как вообще Типа в Америке нормально иметь несколько квартир.
Jacob Henry had a violent argument with his wife last night. He's looking more and more likely.
For my money, if the broad keeps the house looking like that, she probably deserved it. The skipper says bring him in. Keep the hacks off our backs for a while.
Fine by me.
So it ain't the werewolf killer after all. Good to see you've come to your senses, Cole.
I always said work the evidence. I only stipulated a connection to the BD killer as an avenue of investigation we should leave open. And as far as I'm concerned, it still is.
Все-таки, знаете, перевод инициалов выглядит как-то очень смешно. ЧО. Хотя там было написано БД или БО, например.
Okay, fellas, we go in hard. You follow my lead.
Следуй за мной, ну погнали.
You Jacob Henry?
Yeah. Who's asking?
LAPD. You're under arrest for the murder of your wife, Celine Henry.
Murder? Celine?
Save the dramatics
Oh my
for
God.
RKO, pal. You got bigger problems.
What the hell are you talking about? You come in here, you tell me that Celine is...
Take a seat, Mr. Henry. We're gonna have a look around, then we'll talk.
Jesus, I'm sorry.
I get even the slightest hint that
Don't think
you're
this
a
is
flight
anything.
risk, pal.
Сейчас найдем окровавленную херню. Надо в этот смотреть.
You think the atmosphere's thick in here? Wait till you try the gas chamber. He'll be back in a moment. Just sit tight.
Спасибо, Джон. Блять, я не понимаю. Мы должны... Что-то там. Something.
The oldest problem there is, what to do about the old lady.
Спасибо. Подождите, позаботься о моей жене. Спасибо, Джон. Он собирал вещи. Он разбирал вещи.
Size 11s.
45 размера. Убийца 42 был или что-то такое. 41, допустим. Это, наверное, туалет. Ну, вообще... Блин, погодите, в табе же можно посмотреть улики. Следы ботинок 41-го. Этого 45-го. Блин, по его виду можно сказать, что у него и машины нет, если честно. Если уж прям справедливо смотреть на все это.
So who could have killed Celine? Where did she go last night, Jacob?
A bar, I suppose. Look, I don't know.
Вот, чуваки, смотрите, почему я чекаю в телефоне, что нажимать в этих диалогах. Потому что, во-первых, мы таким образом не пропускаем сюжет, а перепроходить мне впадлу. А во-вторых, вот как мне понять, что нажать сомнение или ложь почему-то? Очевидно же он врет, да? Вот смотрите, тут написано, нужно нажимать ложь.
You know where she went, Jacob. You're lying. Why would I help you if you keep lying to me?
Look, I'm telling you, I don't know.
Нужно предоставить ему. Вы, блядь, не поверите. О. Как он красиво нарисовал. зажигалку. Вот типа...
We know she went to the Bomba Club.
The bartender there. He calls me if things are getting out of hand, and I go and I bring her home. He called me last night. I said no. Phone rang a couple more times after that. I ignored it. I'm gonna have to live with that.
When did you last see your wife, Mr.
Видели
Henry?
свою жену, когда последний раз?
Last night.
Вчера вечером.
I went to see her. We talked.
Навестил ее, мы поговорили.
Got a little out of hand.
Кстати, они живут не в одном доме, это странно. Потом я ушел. Но это типа истина, очевидно.
You don't remember what time you last saw your wife alive?
Look, I'm sorry.
Это около 12.
I left. Maybe
Может, чуть
9
позже.
p.m.
Это, кстати, блядь,
Might have been a
странно.
little later, but
Если жена ушла в 10,
right around
откуда?
9.
Why did you kill her, Jacob? Things will go better if you come clean about it.
That's a lousy thing to say. I never gave up on my wife.
I don't believe you, Jacob. I think you didn't have the guts to do it yourself, so you had someone else do it.
You want to back that up with something, Big Mouth? Huh?
Иди к черту, ЧО и текс. Я понял, что там было написано. Я просто думал, это разные фразы. Типа, иди к черту. Fuck you. И потом ЧО было написано на животе. А текст вообще было ТЕ только написано. Ну и X, но было не очень понятно.
The note by the phone suggests you meant her harm.
You want the truth? Truth is, I was sick to death of her. I was trying to have her committed.
We're still gonna need you to come downtown, Mr. Henry.
We can get this all down on paper, Jacob. How you got fed up with your wife and how you figured killing her would bury all your troubles.
Kill my own wife?
She was a lush and a tramp, and you just couldn't stand it anymore.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
So now you're gonna tell me you loved her? Ah, the DA goes all gooey over remorse, Jacob.
Ой, бля. Да нет, да я забыл, как драться. Это же было вчера.
You're not being rash.
What's this bunker?
Тихо, 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 тихо. Я жму пробел. Блять, ну этот чел реально ебашит. Шарит как. Двоечку. Вы арестованы, you under arrest.
Call it in and get a squad car dispatched. And check for messages. I'll keep old Slugger here company.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need a patrol unit to transport a suspect back to Central.
Certainly, Detective. You have a message from the coroner. Do you wish to be put through?
Yes, ma'am.
Carruthers,
It's Phelps.
I've completed the autopsy. Several wounds to the head from a
Таким
blunt metal
предметом
instrument. Closest match would be a socket wrench handle.
So the cause of death was the blunt.
No, the blows to the head surprisingly were not fatal. Death was from hemorrhage and shock from the fractured ribs and multiple injuries caused by the stomping.
Anything else?
He's some kind of sex fiend. The tissues of the anus were bruised about 1/8 of an inch, but no trace of semen in the anus, vagina, or stomach.
Thanks, Doc. Operator, give me R&I.
То есть ее просто отпиздили на пустыре, чуваки, что можно понять. Другой чувак, видимо, ее раздел, и на ней на машине покатался.
The plate belongs to a brown 1936 Pontiac. Registered owner is one Alonzo Mendez of 402 South Fremont Street, apartment 16.
Thanks. Any other messages?
One, Detective. From Captain Donnelly. He wants any and all suspects returned to Central. Interviews to be set up immediately.
Got it. We're coming in.
Зачем нам еще раз кого-то допрашивать? Это тупо. Не знаю, этот чел, он, конечно, уебок, но пиздец не виноват. Я так понимаю. Ну-ка давай ты поведешь.
You know the way. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
Не очень понимаю, зачем нам в полицию, но поехали туда, съездим и сразу же.
Brother said she took a real pounding.
Maybe if he had been a little firmer in the beginning, he wouldn't be in this situation now.
I imagine that Neanderthal routine is a big hit with the ladies, Galloway.
Women love me, Phelps. I have no complexity. They know exactly what they're gonna get.
Блин, ну он, конечно, профессиональный ёбарь, я бы это так назвал. И женщина от него без ума. Это прекрасно. Прям как от меня. Центральная полицейская станция. В скобочках отделение. Блин, мы как будто потанцовываем.
We have a firm lead, Captain.
Are you questioning my judgment call, Phelps?
No, sir.
Good. I thought not. Jacob Henry is a sub-sister pushed around by his wife. I think with the right kind of persuasion, he might be prepared to seek absolution.
Я
Are
понял.
you prepared to show him the error of his ways, young Phelps?
I don't think he's our man. Galloway agrees with me.
Don't drag me into this.
Rusty is a practical policeman. A bird in hand is always worth two in the bush. Let's liberate a confession from poor Jacob and the public will sleep easier tonight.
Бля, охуенно
Run along
работает
now,
капитан.
Phelps. I've warmed them up.
А если следующую женщину найдут точно так же раздетой, ну там через месяц, через год, через 2 года, когда этот хуй будет 15 лет, например, мотать.
Doesn't look good, Jacob. You're in a big jam here. You lie to me, and I can't help you out. Do you understand me?
У них, кстати, окно просто в коридор. Это, конечно, весело. Димон какой-то ролик скинул. Так, доступ к орудию убийства.
What do you do for work, Jacob?
I'm a mechanic. Engines, differentials, transmissions, that kind of stuff.
So you have access to tools?
Yes, I do.
Your wife was brutally beaten with a socket wrench handle, then stomped to death. How do you think that looks, Jacob?
I was home in bed.
Ну, это наебка, кстати.
You're full of shit, Jacob. The truth is you hated that bitch. You followed her and dragged her into the car and then took her out to the moors. She woke up and you smashed her face in with a socket wrench.
No. No, 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 no.
And then you stomped her. You stomped her because she's a drunken whore and she treated you like shit. You stomped her for all the years you had to take it. You stomped her because you are such a weak fucking sister, Jacob, and you wanted to erase all memory of it. Go on. Try to deny it.
I was at home. I should have gone to her at the bar, but I didn't. You can't prove I wasn't home.
Бля, могу ли я доказать? Владелец клуба, что звонил в ночь убийства.
I can. The bar owner, McCall, gave you up. He called your house right at the time that someone was smashing Celine's skull in and got no answer.
Но он
If we
спал,
find that socket
скажет.
wrench, you're gonna fry. Get it off your chest. Tell me you killed her.
I killed her, all right. I killed her dreams. She was an aviator, famous in her day, flying around up there like a bird. But she never wanted to come back
Как
down.
вообще тёлка такая красивая и
my pop was a
сасная
sod
выбрала
farmer, dirt poor.
механика, алкаша,
I joined the Corps,
подбаса.
trained to be a mechanic.
Но
I
она сама,
did better than my
правда,
father did. I
алкашка,
worked
он
hard
типа
for it.
военным был.
That's all
По
you
нему
can ask of a
были
man.
такими опустившимися
Celine.
максимально.
She never wanted to come down from the clouds.
Но
She
она
wanted everything
продолжала
I couldn't give
летать,
her.
подбухиваясь. Так что всё
All I had
нормально.
was security. That was never going to be enough.
You did it. Everything points to you. What does Tex mean, Jacob?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Но он рили не понимает, да, походу.
I need a reason to believe you, Jacob.
You want a confession? That's what you want?
That's exactly what we want.
Seems to me there are two types of marriages. First, where the couple love each other equally and everything's roses. And then there's the other, where one person loves the other more than life itself and always puts them
Все
first.
счастливые семьи
Chumps like me.
счастливы одинаково.
Love them no matter what, no matter how badly they
Несчастные
behave.
несчастны по-своему.
That's it.
Я это знаю.
That's my confession. I love my wife. And I'll take any test you got to prove it.
Your marriage was over. You took her in and she threw it back in your face. You didn't go over there to hurt her. It just got out of hand.
It's not how it was.
Ну, это ложь, да.
You're lying, Jacob. It was falling apart and things got violent.
I'm not lying. I'm telling you how it was.
Кстати, забавно то, что я сейчас понял, чуваки, что в самом начале игры, в первой миссии, мы просто арестовали чела и доказали его вину. Он вроде как ни с чем не согласился, но его все равно посадили. Это, блин, пиздец смешно.
Jenny Horgan says you blackened her eye.
It's all right, Jacob. The DA will understand. In your shoes, I would have done exactly the same.
Ну, охуенно.
I hit her. All right? I'm not proud of it, but she was coming at me with a frying pan. What would you do?
Какую-то шлюху.
Took it for years, but
Ну, это
sometimes a man can
нормальная
only
тема.
take so much.
Один должен, типа, подсасывать, как детектив.
Why did you break into your wife's house, Jacob? Why steal the ring?
What? What are you talking about? I've got a key. Why would I need to break in?
Ну, это, блядь, звучит, кстати, охуенно.
You took the ring because you found out who gave it to her.
What are you talking about?
Her prized garnet ring, given to her by her old boyfriend, Dick McCall.
I never knew that. I lived with that woman for 3 years, and I never knew that. In that case, I think you should be talking to Dick McCall.
We'll do the detective work, lunkhead. Just answer the questions.
I'll see what I can do for you, Jacob. But I'm not promising. It still looks bad for you.
Phelps, you failed me, son.
We have another lead, Captain. This guy Mendez could be our man.
I hope so, Phelps. I really hope so. I'm deeply disturbed by your style of police.
Ты охуел, мне просто надо было на похуй. Ну, вообще, да, в то время в полиции США я слышал, насколько было, ну, типа, практически как у нас сейчас, с подбрасыванием наркотиков, всего такого. В то время у них это было прям вообще угар. Без шуток.
Alonzo Mendez. Sound like a man who moonlights as the werewolf?
Don't sound like a man I'd let my daughter anywhere near.
You've got a daughter.
Spend enough time drinking, Cole, you'll find yourself with any number of things you don't want when you're sober.
So that's why you never sober up.
Exactly.
Квартира Мендеса. Кто такой Мендес? Я, блядь, забыл. Ну-ка, погодите. Серьезно. Охуенно. Я вообще был уверен, что это... Не этот хуй. Вот этот хуй, я думал, то он. Убийца. Блин, как же он круто рисует.
He's good looking for a policeman.
Mendez, apartment 16.
Четвертый этаж. Последняя квартира. 2, 3. Блин, насколько же красивые дома. Я думаю, у нас квартиры бы в таком ляму дохуя стоило.
Take a look around and see what you can find.
А как мы вообще нашли бы, если бы чел не запомнил номера?
Gotta get these to Ray. Size 8s could help place Mendez at the scene.
Ух, ебать.
Brothers could match the color and brand of the body.
Все-таки, знаете, с чем я лишь могу согласиться, чуваки?
Consistent with Celine's injuries, and the blood can be typed.
То, что все эти улики надо все-таки в перчатках трогать.
We have the murder weapon. We better get Pinker down here.
Why keep it? Why not throw it away?
Think these clowns are geniuses? Thank your stars you caught a break, and Captain Donald will begin to like you.
Hey, what gives? LAPD, you're under arrest.
Do not lose that son of a bitch. I'll go get our wheels.
Mendez, stop right there.
Знаете, мне кажется, ему подбросили все это, если честно. Вдруг у него обувь не 41 размера. You're under arrest.
Get in and drive.
Сэр, остановите автомобиль.
Hit it. Clean this asshole off the road.
Блять, ну пиздец опасно на самом деле.
got an idea. Get him next to my window, Cole. Keep me alongside his vehicle, and I'll stop the son of a bitch. Hit him, Cole. Spit him out. I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck.
Вот это жесть, у него, конечно, колеса развалились. Сэр, вы арестованы, вы гандон. Власти с горящей машины, это как медведь сгорите.
I ain't saying a goddamn thing.
Так, блять, в данном раскладе, если ты ничего не говоришь, то ты типа на пожизненное отлетаешь. Потому что все улики у тебя в доме.
You did a grand job, lads. Phelps, that's quite a way to acquit yourself in your first outing as a homicide investigator. It seems the city has a new and vengeful guardian. Considering the evidence against your suspect and the thoroughness with which a report was compiled, I foresee a safe passage through the courts, and the DA agrees with me. Brutality on a scale such as this deserves retribution. The people and the press of this city demand it.
Не знаю, блядь, зачем убивать кого-то? Не все улики нашел, но ебать. Но машина тут прикольно разлетает. Кстати.
Galloway. Got it, Skipper. Yeah, I'll bring him. He's my partner, after all.
What have we got?
New case. White female dumped in plain sight in the grass at the end of Hill Street. Hats are all over it. Captain's trying to fend them off.
That sounds awfully similar.
The first rule of police work is make no assumptions until you've seen the evidence. Skipper wants you to have your newspaper face on, college boy. I think I know the place where they found the lady. It overlooks Sunset Boulevard. Let's go.
Бля, чё я? Мне кажется, мы типа не того посадили на самом деле. Он реально тупо у себя хранил все документы, все улики, прям в доме, в коробке. Потом еще и окажется, что у него ботинки, например, 44 размера, а 41 прям пиздец ему натирает. Бля, ну это, судя по ролику, выглядит все так, как будто какая-то наебка. Понимаете? На место преступления я веду машину, если что. До места преступления. Дальше на парке.
You did a decent job on the Henry case, Phelps. Not bad for your first time at that.
Thanks, Rusty.
Don't go getting ahead of yourself. That's one clearance under your belt. Now it's a new day with a new dead lady that needs our attention.
No assumptions until we see the evidence, right?
Right. See, I knew you were a fast learner, Phelps. You might get along after all.
Да я думал, мы уже типа сработались на самом деле.
Up ahead, you make a right.
Направо.
Okay, at the next corner, hang a right. Take the next right.
Что с тенью? Не знаю, блядь, эти пустыри прям в центре города, они... Мне кажется, странно.
Now, boys, you know as much as I do. I'll be holding a press conference once the autopsy has been completed. I have two of my finest investigators on the case, fresh from bringing down the sword of justice on the crazed sex...
Captain,
Alonzo
aren't there
Mendes.
similarities between this murder and the murder of Celine Henry? And of Elizabeth Short, for that
So you don't
matter.
believe there's a crazed sex killer at large preying on women?
Boys, be sensible. We have the greatest police force in all the world with the greatest scientific investigators at our disposal. How can any killer continue to beat that? Be advised.
Согласен.
We keep the gas chamber at San Quentin Prime.
Всех убийц пересажаем. И виновных, и невиновных.
Yeah,
Тех,
right.
кто убивал
Any new
невиновных.
leads in the Dahlia case?
Run along, boys, and let these officers get to work. We have God's work to do here, and it can't be delayed.
What do we have, Captain?
Another woman sacrificed. Speak to Carruthers. I want daily reports, gentlemen.
Блять. Ну это какая-то туфта опять же, да?
Just awful.
Посмотрите.
I was first on
Впереди какое мыло странное.
You find her, Gonzalez?
Not me. A family out for a stroll. I was first reporting.
Can you show me the body?
It's under the pepper tree, this way.
So hey, what's going on over there?
And I thought this was such a nice area.
Еще одну сексуашку-обаяшку, похоже. Затоптали. Сбили, затоптали.
Can't be much help to you, Phelps.
Бля, урили. Кстати, они все одинаковые. Только это выглядит хуже. Что у нас тут? Ну, давайте сначала все осмотрим. Б. Блять, я забыл, чем смотреть. Так вот. Следы.
The stomping angle in the Henry case. Was it reported in the press?
Sure was. Every detail a copycat would want was there in the story.
Окей, что это получается? Ну, охуеть, маленький мужской ботинок. Окей, я понял. Сумочки. Ну, бабки у нее не трогали, кстати. Учителя, родители.
Oh, we have a name. Can you run Deirdre Muller by R&I?
Back in a second.
Погодите, я могу еще что-то посмотреть? Погодите. Он так, типа...
If the motive was robbery, why not take the money?
Officer Gonzalez, badge 994.
Блин, там как будто изначально, когда лежат деньги, там 5 баксов, и он поднимает, кажется, что там куча купюр. Что ж, смотрим тело. Наше любимое. Блин. Ну ее вообще жестко разъебали, если честно. Все такие шрамы.
Look at your mark. It's very
Distinctive. I'll do some comparisons back at the lab and get back to you.
Thanks very much for your help.
What's this mark? Cut on the finger.
Fourth finger, left hand. A wedding or engagement ring. Violently removed.
понял. Грубо снятое кольцо. Опять.
Looks like she was tied up.
Было связано.
It does at
Понял.
first, but that would leave a mark on her other wrist too. I think her watch might have been torn off.
Может быть, часы все-таки. То есть какие-то драгоценности все-таки пропали, но... Что происходит? Диман спросил, как оно.
Detective, R&I says a Deirdre Mahler of 130 North Bonnie Bray was reported missing this morning by her husband, Hugo Mahler.
What'd I tell you? Let's grab the husband, take him downtown, and work him over. Could have this wrapped up by lunchtime.
What about not making assumptions and going on the evidence?
Similar MO.
To what? The Dahlia? I don't think so.
Celine Henry.
That's a closed case. This is probably another sad sack who lost his temper with a broad he wouldn't put out.
Are you a suspect, Rusty?
Watch your mouth, Phelps. All I'm saying is we got enough to do without reopening closed cases.
Talk me through it, Mal.
Severely battered, on display. Footprints would indicate that she has been stomped. Size of the footprints would seem to indicate a smallish men's shoe. What size shoe did Mendez wear?
You finished?
No, I'm not. At a glance, I would say strangulation was the cause of death. I'll need to do further tests for semen.
Angry boyfriend. If they were married, they'd be at home. Not humping out here in Lover's Lane.
Но он что-то жесткий хочет закрыть это дело. Мне не нравится детектив, он уёбок.
It would take a smarter man than me to connect that.
Ну, стоило выкинуть вообще-то. Все, что ли? Ща Диману отвечу. Там же был 41 размер, да? Ну типа 8 на ботинке. Здесь написано маленького.
So hey, what's going on over there?
Clear this area immediately.
Уёбывайте, блядь. Что? Уёбывай, алло. Погодите, Диман написал, что произошла какая-то смерть Твича. Твич упал. Да и похуй. Не, ну на Твиче-то я больше не стримлю, официально говоря. Совершенно не понимаю. Блять, ну рили Твич упал. Ну, поздравляю всех, кто сейчас на стриме. На Ютабе вы можете как бы быть рады. Может быть у нас... Starbucks приостанавливает бизнес в России. Макдональдс приостановил работу 800 ресторанов. Может быть, наша нация станет здоровее после такого решения. Но я не знаю, на самом деле. Я не знаю. Давайте продолжим. Так, все, у вас все нормально, у меня тоже все нормально. Люди.
You're a modest little person with much to be modest about.
You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
We go to Washington.
There still might be some playing the boyfriend angle.
I thought we were on our way to lock up the husband.
If it doesn't work out, that is.
Deirdre Muller has suffered enough. More than enough. You shouldn't make disparaging comments about her without even the slightest inkling of what she was like.
She was a woman, wasn't she? Well, around about my third divorce, I realized women might not be the pure angels we imagine. You're married, ain't you, Phelps?
Don't make any insinuations about my wife.
Hey, she's a woman.
She's the mother of my children.
You're a father, Cole? Don't tell me your eye don't bend.
This conversation is over.
Какой он агрессивный, да?
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. Is your father home?
He'll be home soon. He's been out looking for Mommy.
What's your name, miss?
Michelle Eloise Mahler?
Can we come in?
I suppose so.
Thank you. Could you have a seat for me, Michelle?
Мне кажется, нельзя так врываться все-таки к маленькой девочке. Еще и курить при ней, ну, это совсем уже какое-то уродство. Да, отец скоро вернется, посмотрим, блядь, что у тебя здесь происходит. Так надо прочитать, блядь, что там написано. Дер, что-то там. Так, ну, тут на холодоснике ничего не написано. Блин, бананы пожухли. Ну, я считаю, что это нам нужно смотреть. Да в смысле, блядь? А как мы можем понять, имеет отношение к делу или нет, если не откроем записную книгу? Вот это говно точно не имеет отношения к делу. Или имеет? Бля, я не понимаю. Я подумал, может, он играть уже умеет.
Work boots. Size 8s. Elgin wristwatch. Probably the same one snatched from her body. No sign of a wedding ring.
Так они же были, ну, они... Разве нет? Что за чушь? Ну, погодите, кольцо обручальное было на девушке, с которой его свернули. Мне кажется, так. Давайте поговорим.
Is this about Mommy? Daddy is trying to find her. Please tell me she's okay.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Michelle, but your mother is dead.
Блять, мне кажется, нельзя так просто говорить.
Do you think you could answer a few questions for us?
Try.
When did you last see your mother?
Yesterday afternoon. I went to a dance at Belmont High. Mommy was supposed to pick me up, but she didn't show.
So what did you do then?
I was upset. Daddy came instead.
And did he come and get you?
Of course. Some boys offered me a ride home, but that's not the right thing to do.
So you were hanging around the school for quite a while. What happened with your father?
I don't know. I called and finally he answered. He came straight away then.
Блять, ну он работал. Блять, чё?
Some of your mother's jewelry was missing. Can you describe her things?
A ring, a watch. I never paid much attention to that stuff.
I know it's painful, Michelle, but this may be important. She wore a wedding ring?
Mommy chose it herself. A rose gold wedding band and a matching diamond and ruby engagement ring.
She wore a watch?
Yes, a yellow gold Elgin watch. Daddy bought it for her birthday. We had a fight. It was kind of a makeup present.
Your mom and dad are happily married?
What are you saying? Of course they are.
Наёбывает, да?
They weren't happy, were they, Michelle? Did your father ever hit your mother?
Just the once. She said she would leave him if he ever did it again. He bought her a brooch pin to make up for it. And he always wore her golden butterfly.
Thanks, Miss Muller. You've been very brave.
Hey! What gives?
Daddy, the police
Go to your
are
room,
here.
please, Michelle. I'll talk to the police.
Daddy, Mommy is gone.
Go to your room, young lady. She's not even out of school. You can't come in here interrogating her like she's
Your
some
wife
kind
was
of...
found murdered this morning.
Found? What? But she only...
We have some questions that we would like to ask you.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I'll do my best.
What size shoe do you wear, Mr. Muller?
Why do you ask?
It's routine, sir. Simple process of elimination.
9s, I think.
Why are you lying to me, Mr. Muller?
Why would I lie to you at a time like this?
That's funny. The work boots we found here are size 8s. Why lie about it if you've got nothing to hide?
Because I always get teased about the size of my feet. You know, small feet, small...
Always been true in my experience.
So you were here all night. You stayed in while your wife went out to pick up your daughter?
Yes, that's correct.
Блять, охуенно. Чуваки.
You should come clean if you're having an affair, or if there's something going on.
I told you I was here. Were you saying I wasn't?
So why did you take so long to answer the phone when your daughter called?
Okay, I went out for a while. I was driving around. It's my way of relaxing.
You phoned in a missing persons report this morning?
Yeah, that's right. My wife didn't come home last night. She left around 9:30. Michelle was at a dance. She called me to let me know that Deidre didn't turn up.
Did your wife ever go out by herself? To bars, nightclubs?
No. What are you suggesting? You suggesting my wife's loose? Now is not the time for you to be pushing me, mister.
Your daughter said you were having an argument.
We argued about who would pick up Michelle. I worked a full day. I wanted to come home, put my feet up.
Охуенно, кстати, расслабиться, путешествие по своему району. Чё, блядь?
Your wife went to pick up Michelle?
Yes, that's right.
Погодите, это же ложь, да? Потому что... Звонила домой, но...
What happened, Hugo? You got any theories? Because we're starting to like you for this.
The car park by the school is kind of dark. Maybe somebody jumped her there. Did you try the parking lot?
Your wife was beaten and then strangled. In your case, you have no alibi and a history of violence towards your wife.
That's not true, god damn it.
It is true, Hugo. You're a violent man. You try to keep a lid on it at home, but sometimes you lost control. Your daughter and your wife were scared of you.
You don't know anything about me.
Блять, мне кажется, потом может произойти не особо охуенная ситуация.
I know about the golden butterfly, Hugo, and how you bought your wife off the last time you heard her.
She liked to spend money, all right? Dresses, jewelry, her hair. It drove me goddamn crazy. Do I look like a Rockefeller?
Nobody likes a cheapskate, Hugo.
Скорее, никто не любит.
Getting hostile with us is a very bad idea, Hugo.
I'm no murderer.
Make some arrangements for your daughter, and then present yourself to Central Station for questioning.
You gotta be kidding me, Phelps. Put the cuffs on him.
This is an outrage. I didn't kill my wife.
Your daughter is in the next room, Mueller, so I'm giving you a break. Don't make me change my mind, and don't make me come looking for you.
We should go back in there and bust his ass.
1, we need to break his alibi, check phone records, canvass the neighbors. 2, we have motive of domestic violence, which probably goes for half the men in LA. 3, we have no evidence tying him to the crime scene.
Hello, detective.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard the terrible news over the radio.
And you can help us with our inquiries?
Yes, sir. They had a row last night. I heard Mrs. Mueller screaming.
Did you see Mrs. Mueller come home late last night at all?
No, not at all. I did see Mr. Mueller put something in the incinerator earlier this morning, though.
I told you he was our guy. Now let's get this bum downtown and into a cell.
Look, there he is now.
Step away from the incinerator. Don't let him get away.
Okay, but no shooting. We need this guy to make the case. There he is.
See him?
Что за бред? Погодите, это он реально...
This doesn't look good, Hugo. I can explain the blood. Get him booked in at Central, officer. Then put him in an interview room. We'll be speaking with him later. And inform the cat.
Yes, sir, detective.
Is there someone you can call, miss?
I don't want home and
You need somewhere to stay, Michelle. You have other family? Grandparents? Aunts or uncles?
call Aunt Helen, but she lives in Bakersfield and
Call her. We're gonna get someone down here from Juvenile Hall to talk to you in the meantime.
Блять, ну
Gotta get some
охуеть.
uniforms down here, clean up, take care of the kid. Galloway, homicide
Ну,
division.
то, что дело еще не закрыто.
Can we get Ray Pinker and a technical services team to a house at 130 North Bonnie Bray Street? And send someone down from Juvenile Hall to look after a young lady.
Roger, 11K. You wait. 5 years from now, all our jobs will be done by robots.
Бля, пощады.
5-star goddamn wedding.
Inform Detective Phelps that the coroner has a report waiting at the police morgue downtown when he's available.
Got it, KGPL.
What the heck?
У меня как
They've been talking about
будто...
Want another accommodation?
Phelps, 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address on a Belmont High School.
Checking for you, Detective. Belmont High, 1575 West 2nd Street.
Thanks for your help.
Don't need this?
You're behind the wheel.
Fine. Where are we headed?
The most well-known.
I'm surprised, you know. I didn't make the husband for her.
Always make the husband, fellas. 9 times out of 10, it's the closest person to the Vic who does the deed. God knows I've wanted to kill some lives in my day.
Lex parsimoniae.
What?
The law of parsimony. Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is most likely the correct one.
You know, you could have said that without getting all liturgical on me.
I'll try to dumb things down from now on.
Appreciate it. And try this one on for size. Rusty's razor.
How's that go?
You blame the guy that's banging her.
Ah, of course. The famous Lex ignoramus.
Closes cases, Cole. Puts a lot of people away, that one.
Ну вообще, если так задуматься...
It's Saturday, the spring unveiling, Emmy. It's the first season since fabric rationing's over. We have to go. I told you I can't Saturday. I'm busy. Busy where? You're going on another drive with Davy Gardner, aren't you? So what if I am?
Go, Phelps. I'll take the car and see if I can cut him off.
Чё это за хуйня? Ты кто, блядь? За маленькими девочками присматривает, кажись. Может быть, надо кликать? Опять? Че за чушь? Ты кто, бля? Я вообще изначально подумал, что ты какой-то мальчик, просто за девочками присматривает.
11K, go ahead.
11K, you see the janitor, a green 1946 coupe registered to a Mrs. Hugo Moeller, has been found in the parking lot adjoining the Belmont High School and playing fields. 11K, code 2.
Чё?
What's your name?
Who's asking?
Ты, блядь, кто?
We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Name's Eli Rooney.
You've been in trouble with the law before, Eli?
Some.
What are you doing around here?
I like to keep an eye on the children.
Strictly paternal, is it, Eli?
Don't sass me, boy.
A woman was abducted here last night, Eli, and murdered.
And I would love to make you for that, you oaky motherfucker.
Well, I wouldn't know nothing about that. A woman, you say? I like 'em a little younger than that.
Turn out your pockets, Eli.
Now, why would I do that?
Because I'm about to break your fucking skull, Eli.
You're under arrest, Eli. You're in very deep trouble. Get some backup down here, Rusty. We need to get this one downtown and into a cell.
I'll tell them we got a kitty raper coming in. They can roll out the red car.
Блять, присматриваю за девочками. Охуенно.
What time did you see the person park the car?
Late last night, after school social, maybe 1 a.m. I've been keeping a good eye out lately. We've had problems with the child molester.
Eli Rooney. We've met him.
Filthy son of a bitch. He was here yesterday before the dance.
Was it him you saw park the car?
I don't know, sir. I'd like to say yes, but the truth is it was pretty dark.
Would you say Rooney is violent?
Yes, sir. I would say so, yes.
Thanks for your help.
Так нам тачку надо как-то осмотреть, может.
The overalls are stenciled HM. Muller is a mechanic. I wonder what Eli does for a living.
It's from a Chrysler. Could be important.
Blood and skin samples. We better get Ray Pinker out here.
Блин, ну согласитесь, все эти расследования какие-то идиотские. По сути, если бы они хотя бы выкидывали улики из своих багажников, они продолжали заниматься педофилией, как они и занимались, ну вот, все это время. Было бы, ну, типа, они бы 100% скрывались. Чел, погоди, я...
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need interrogation set up at Central for both suspects being held in the Mahler homicide case.
Certainly, Detective. I'll get in touch with the watch commander.
Thanks, ma'am. You know the way. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
У нас, типа, видите, два подозреваемых оказалось.
I say we make Rooney for this. I think we should lay it on him. He was near the car, he had her jewelry, the DA will love him for it.
Even if he didn't do it?
Who cares whether he did it? You have kids, Phelps? He needs to be taken permanently out of harm's way.
And we let Mueller slide?
For a while. He gets a free pass for now.
Я сейчас типа в голове провернул обе мысли. Я подумал то, что кто-то из них явно не виновен. Да, и скорее всего это педофил. Ну его можно будет, наверное, за что-нибудь еще порешить.
Phelps, Rusty, thanks for coming.
Can you blood type the shoes that we bagged and see if they're a match?
Sure. It'll all be in the report, but I'm assuming you want the details now?
Please. Cause of death is strangulation?
Correct. Take a look at the samples on the bench.
What are the normal uses for that kind of rope?
On boats, mooring lines.
Correct. Although Ray says that they're sometimes used as bell ropes in churches.
Чуть не понимаю. Вот этот же подходит, да?
So are we looking for a sailor or a minister?
Well, in my experience, sailors seem to have the greater libido.
Was Mrs. Muller criminally attacked?
No external or internal traces of semen.
Thanks, Mal. Anything else comes up, you let us know.
Не знаю, это какая-то хуйня, если честно.
Can you drive to this one?
Fine.
Центральное отделение, поехали.
Not exactly the happiest of places, the coroner's office.
Carruthers is a good man, professional, diligent. If you're working with a pro, it's easy to overlook the grim realities of a place like that.
Funny job, that. Corners.
How so?
No, you don't want them enjoying their work too much. The wrong kind of man can get awfully lonely rattling around a joint full of corpses.
Rusty, that's like something out of the pulps.
Been reading the same ones as me?
I thought you were usually too drunk to get through a magazine.
You know, if I close one eye and squint, you can just about make out the proof.
Че, погнали допрашивать мужа?
You better not go soft on me in here, Phelps.
We'll work the evidence, Rusty. Let him do the rest. Are they ready?
Bowler's in 2 and the pervert's in 1. Get in there and get a conviction.
Так, могу во вторую сначала.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to put him down to 1 round.
Here's where we stand, Hugo. Your next-door neighbor heard screaming coming from your house. You were burning your blood-stained shoes. You have no one who can confirm your whereabouts last night. Your daughter says you're a violent man. We have everything we need to send you to death row, and all you have to say for yourself is, I didn't do it.
I swear I didn't kill her. Give me that lie test. I can prove it.
Ну а что ты делал с уликами?
Why did you burn your shoes, Hugo?
Because I knew you'd never believe me.
Believe what?
It's rabbit's blood. A guy at work brought them in and I helped him skin them.
Чё?
Do you know anything about ropes, Hugo?
As much as the next man. I was a scout. I learned some more in the army.
You learned to strangle with the rope in the army?
With rope, with my bare hands, but mainly with wire. I learned a lot of things in the Army, but I still didn't kill my wife.
For argument's sake, what type of rope would you use?
If I had to, I would use a triple braid. Less flex, easier to control.
Там как раз и был канат тройного плетения. Я так понимаю.
We found your wife's car. Someone parked it at the school late last night. Do you have anything to say about that?
It wasn't me.
Where do you keep your work clothes?
I keep them at work in my locker.
Enough lies, Hugo. Your overalls put you at the scene of the crime last night.
My overalls are in the laundry of my house.
Green overalls, blood-stained, with the initials HM found in the trunk of your wife's car.
They can't be mine.
Why, Hugo? Because if they were yours, they'd be in the incinerator too?
Your wife was beaten with a tire iron, Hugo. An appropriate choice of tool for a mechanic.
I know nothing about any tire iron.
You're lying, Hugo. You're gonna have to come clean on this.
You got no proof.
Your wife drove a Chevrolet, Hugo. What make of car do you drive?
A Chrysler Airflow.
So I guess that explains why the tire iron that killed your wife came from a Chrysler.
Hey, you think those Vice boys get any on the side?
А где комната один?
I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you made it if you got that desk.
Блять, ну туфта какая-то. То, что чувака все видят. Блин. Погодите, а где просто номер один?
I'm stumped. Ideas?
Let's put the squeeze on that fucking Okie Rooney.
Oh, don't you wait.
Ну это вьюринг, типа трава. Блять, я не знаю, где допрос на один.
Grown men playing at being boys.
Boys, you've really come through this time, haven't you?
Не особо.
We were on our way to interview Eli Rooney.
Yes, Phelps, I know. This particular fiend is an old acquaintance. I have tried to reaffirm his belief in a wrathful and terrible God. Whichever way it goes, I'll be dealing personally with him.
А почему, блять, мы так и не сделали скан с ботинок его? Он говорит, что кровь.
What are we waiting for?
Блять, чуваки, проблема в том, что...
I need a drink. I got the jitters.
You look like you've had it rough.
You see me asking for your sympathy, boy?
Место работы.
Down on your luck, Eli.
I've had worse. My family ate roadkill during the Dust Bowl.
But you have a job. A parolee has to have a job, correct?
I had me a job down in San Pedro. I'm looking for something new.
This place you worked have a name?
Hennessy Marine. You can't miss the place. Big yellow letters, HM out front.
They give you any workwear, Eli?
Sure. Green coverall. Dang thing was hot. Felt like I was back in the pen wearing it.
You ever tie up any of your victims, Eli?
It's not a nice thing to go calling them.
What would you call them?
I can't say. I learned a long time ago not to go talking about the things I like. Talking about it just seems to get people's dander up.
Answer the goddamn question, Rooney, before I brain you.
See what I mean? Short answer is yes.
You have any preference regarding rope, Eli?
I know a good rope from a bad rope, if that's what you mean. That's not what you mean, is it? Any old rope will do me fine.
Homeboy like you, Eli, must prefer McGay for roping, am I right?
I prefer braid. Tie hitch and braid. It stays tied.
You killed Mrs. Moeller and stole her jewelry.
That ain't so. I ain't done nothing like that.
You have no job and nowhere to live by the smell of things, and you need money. You've been in trouble before, Eli. Who do you think a jury will believe?
I've been in trouble for other things, but I ain't never killed no one. I saw that car coming to the parking lot late last night. Man got changed there and then put his coveralls in the trunk. I saw him drop the butterfly in the lamplight and he strolled out, cool as you like. And I went over and I picked it up.
Блин, выглядит так, как будто он как бы в этом деле реально невиновен.
You're as good as done, Mr. Rooney. All it will take now is some paperwork.
Can you identify the man in this picture? No. They're going to release me now? Can you take these places off?
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
Короче, предлагаю ему предъявить обвинение и хуй забить.
I'm not saying another thing until I've seen an attorney.
Hugo Mueller, I'm charging you with the murder of your wife. You'll be arraigned and taken before a grand jury. Book him, Rusty.
With pleasure.
Не, ну все выглядит реально, как будто он в этом всем виноват.
I have to say I'm disappointed. I stood in front of a troop of reporters and made promises. Promises of swift and fearful retribution, and you bring me an armful of vagary and happenstance. You made the department look bad, lad. Do it again and your career as a policeman will come to an abrupt and ignominious end. You two are back on the streets. Find street criminals, roust them, beat them, and restore some fervor to your police work. Your next case will come when you've revived my faith in your abilities. Now get out of here!
Так я что-то не очень понимаю, я ведь типа 100% все, что можно было, сделал. Разве нет? Видите, дохуя заурядно. Так у нас и с тем типа не было 100% доказательств. Но он мог сказать, что он реально подобрал.
Belt! We captured 2 regular army. Lieutenant! Belt, we've been over this. That sniper barely missed you back on the beach. Until the mission is over, there'll be no more saluting or signs of rank.
I'm in charge here, Medier!
Do you wish to interrogate the prisoners?
Well, they're beat. Why they look so sullen? Wondering why we haven't killed them yet. There's no greater shame than being taken prisoner.
Get this, Golden Boy actually seems to know what he's doing.
あなた方の会社と名前を名乗ってください。第44大部隊所属兵だ。キスマン、何様だと思ってるんだ。
See that, boys? He slapped that Jap right upside the head.
It was merely to remind him of his place. His shame was the tone of voice that he used with a superior. I respect the Japanese, Corporal.
Respect, we're here to kill the sons of bitches.
You know why we're fighting the Japanese, Private?
With respect, sir, these bastards attacked Pearl Harbor.
And why did they attack Pearl, Private?
Because they hate the US of A and our way of life.
They attacked the US because we cut off their oil. What would we do if another country denied us the gas to run our cars?
Суров, но справедлив. Сейчас вернусь, барабан. А в рот конфет засунул кучу. Так что погнали играть.
Ah, Phelps. I was just discussing with Finbar here how well you were doing. Have a seat.
Yeah, my real name. You can just forget all about it.
You boys have a new case. A poor Hispanic woman murdered near City Hall and left lying naked in an alleyway.
Another naked woman, sir?
Yes. We seem to have had quite a run of them since the Dahlia fiend first struck.
Phelps is politely trying to hint that he thinks the Mendez case is hope.
Well, young Phelps, you win some and you lose some in police work.
You're happy with the Mueller case, sir?
Over the moon, boys! The DA couldn't be more pleased with the evidence, the witness, and the lack of an alibi. Now, get out there and catch me another sinner.
Бля, ну капитан наш, короче, нам явно дает понять, что эти дела не связаны. Хоть это и не так, очевидно. Кажется, уже сейчас. Как я уже говорил, на первое дело, точнее, на само дело еду я сам.
It's the alley off Aliso between Los Angeles and Alameda.
You're kidding. The next one will be opposite Central Station.
Count yourself lucky, Phelps. Most guys would kill to land a case so close to their desk.
Yeah, it means they can pop in to hit the office supply of hooch whenever they need it.
You know, that ain't a bad idea. That is not a bad idea at all, Phelps.
All units in the vicinity in any Central unit. A 211 is shots fired 410 South Flower Street. Units that can handle code 3 identify.
Okay, at the next corner, hang a right. I need you to take a left at the next corner.
Что? Я же не врезался.
Go left, just down. Up ahead, you make a right.
Да блин. Я думал, мэрия это где-то в центре города.
Detectives, they're ready to start the show. I'll take you through.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Brothers, Pinker?
Cause of death is pretty apparent. We thought we'd best wait for you. When you're ready.
Так, ну я обычно... Че такое? Видимо, это ненужная какая-то хуйня.
If she took a blow to the head like the others, she was probably unconscious when strangled.
Мне тоже написали что-то. Но выглядит, кстати, она...
Lacerations on the neck would indicate a great deal of force.
Never the same, are they?
Блин, не знаю, но тут типа нет никакой улики.
Kiss the blood, BD.
Only 21 years old. But why the library card? Did he want us to find it?
Блять, а может стоило ее куда-то взять? Почему он обратно в руку вкладывает? Вот странная идея. Я его, кстати, не могу и перевернуть. Мне вот, например, интересно, как сзади эта бумажка выглядит.
Another wedding ring torn from the finger. No skin under the fingernails.
Охуеть, фу. Там вообще палец срезан. Ну все.
The evidence in the Mueller case was solid. I'm not convinced about Mendez.
The best way to get away with murder is to pin it on somebody else. I'll bet a month's salary this is a copycat.
Strangled, battered.
Yeah. We know the MO. So does every jerk who kills his wife and girlfriend looking for a way out. I've spoken to Brown. He still believes the Dahlia perp has medical experience.
4 women, all murdered, all put on display, all with messages.
Mueller had no message. Look, Phelps, this is getting us nowhere.
Anything for us to go on, Mal?
Head injuries from contact with road, bruising from a small man's shoe, further blunt force trauma to the occipital region at the base of the skull. Could have been fatal, but clear signs of strangulation would seem to rule it out.
Lipstick appears to be a similar color to the other cases. I'll see if I can nail down a brand.
Следов, кстати, в этот раз здесь нет. Погодите.
May as well follow the trail.
Там надпись есть, вот я ее вижу.
Antonia. Huh. Same as a library card.
Охуеть, тут след на самом деле, из нее крови вылилось. Просто жесть, мне кажется, это как-то даже специально. Ее супер долго тащили, закись. Это не платье. Туфля. Блять, я не то хотел взять, что нахуя мне стаканчик.
Proximity to the scene, plus the bloodstains. No way is this coincidence.
Красивые туфли, кстати.
We kept the area pristine for you boys. Let's check it out.
House keys strung up like bait on a hook.
Бля, он его, почему он его не берет?
Probably all the way to City Hall, that brazen son of a bitch.
That's got to be a code or a cipher.
2, 5, 3. Угу. Слушайте, они как будто реально отсюда еще и лезут. Жесть, тут нихуя из нее крови вылетело.
Empty. Where is all of this meant to be taking us?
He clearly wants us to find these things. He left them for us.
There you go, Phelps. You got a new MO. I told you it wasn't like that.
Or he might just be getting more confident.
На самом деле, тут интересен не конверт, а то, что он реально тело... А, ебать, там дальше следы, чуваки. Что он дальше его тащил отсюда откуда-то.
Enameled and gold-plated. This was precious to her.
Охренеть. Если тут еще один труп, то я, конечно, поверю. Но с одной женщиной так много крови. Жесть. Мне кажется, такого быть не может. Ну да.
Looks as though the killer was decorating with this.
Так, а ведро мы не хотим смотреть? Блять, ладно, понял. Ну нет, так нет.
Son of a bitch wants her identified. Mrs. Antonia Maldonado, 712 North Hill Street, downtown.
Ну что, тут похоже все. Садись за руль.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
And where exactly are we going?
Сейчас, с другой стороны, погодите, место преступления все еще светится. Ну-ка. Сейчас я примерно оценю. Ладно, понял.
Can you drive to this one?
Fine. Where are we headed?
Я, кстати, думал, то, что мы отправимся в
It was
библиотеку.
Mrs. Maldonado, right?
That's affirmative.
All right, so then there's a husband we should be looking for. Get him, we've closed the case.
Rusty's razor, of course. I don't want to question your tried and tested techniques, Detective Galloway. But doesn't the DA require sound casework before he'll close the book?
Not if he's got a confession.
Опять в четвертый раз
And, you know,
ищем
there's
мужа и
ways of
сажаем
getting
его.
I'm sure.
Классная игра. Очевидно. Тупо топ. В шестой раз тоже убийца муж. А потом уже как-то к 11-му по одинаковому убийству мы поймем, что все это делал один человек.
Wait just a moment. I'm sorry. Can I help you?
LAPD, ma'am. Detective Phelps and Galloway. Does Mrs. Maldonado live here?
Yes, she does. I'm Mrs. Barbara LaPente, the owner of this boarding house. Is there a problem?
I'm afraid so, ma'am. Do you mind if we come in? Is there somewhere we can discuss this?
Of course. Follow me through to the parlor. Wipe your feet as you come in, detectives. It's this way.
Не-не, ну давайте-ка я смотрюсь сначала. Как обычно делаем. Сначала осматриваемся, потом задаем вопрос. Приват. Комната 5, я помню. На ключе была надпись.
You look at that? Someone's turned the place over.
A smashed window explains why the place looks tossed.
You know how I feel about windows, Phelps.
Это не пруд, а нет, пруд, чё.
So someone broke in using this thing instead of a crowbar. Wonder where it was taken from.
Может, из забора администрации теоретически. Фотка.
The charm bracelet wasn't among the crime scene evidence.
А я, например, не посмотрел на браслет, мне было стало интересно. Типа, закиньте. Это ее муж, типа.
Okay, we have an address.
Так, ну я так понимаю, у нас она тоже хотела развестись с мужем, поэтому такая ситуация возникла. Давайте теперь поговорим с бабкой.
Mrs. Maldonado was found dead this morning.
Dead? Oh no, she can't be.
We have some questions, ma'am, if you're up to it.
Yes, detective. I'll do my best.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to hurt Mrs. Maldonado?
That rat of her husband, Angel. She was serving him divorce papers.
If I killed every wife to serve me papers, I'd be a mass murderer.
Are you being flippant, young man?
No, ma'am.
What can you tell us about Angel Maldonado?
She married him when she was 17.
Ни
It
хрена
was
себе
cruel to her, very cruel. She was a good girl, little on the religious side, but a good girl.
What time did Antonia go out yesterday?
She left around 9.
Do you know where she went?
No, I have no idea. She was a good girl, but she didn't confide in me.
Наебывает,
A
пиздец.
nosy old hag like you knows everything about the people who live under her roof. Where did she go?
I think she went to a bar. She's been drinking quite a lot lately.
This bar have a name?
El Dorado Bar. It's a Latino place on North Los Angeles Street.
That's only a couple of blocks from where we found the body.
You've had a break-in?
No! That can't be true.
Да нахуя она мне пиздит?
You're being economical with the truth, Mrs. Lepenti. What do you have to hide?
I have no idea what you are talking about.
So Antonia lost her keys and used an iron bar to jimmy the back window?
I heard a noise in the early hours of the morning. I thought it might be a raccoon at the milk bottles. It'd be very bad for business if this news got out. I have a reputation to protect.
Antonia and her husband were estranged?
Yes. She moved here after she separated from her husband 2 months ago.
But Antonia still wore a wedding ring?
She wore the wedding ring and a necklace. She always wore a religious necklace. That's about all of her jewelry.
What about her bracelet?
I don't know anything about a bracelet.
In her wedding photo, she's displaying a charm bracelet.
That thing? She never wore it. He gave it to her. She always kept it in that wooden jewelry box.
Thanks, ma'am. You've been very helpful.
Pay a call to that husband of hers. Lock him up and throw away the key.
We can either front Angel, seeing as the finger's pointing right at him, or we could check out the Eldorado one.
Бля, мне кажется, тут проблема.
Hey, Cole, let's get moving.
Не знаю, ну типа погнали к мужу.
You know the way. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going? A nosy old hag? Ha! And I thought I was coming on strong with the ex-wives line.
Sometimes you have to be firm to get the information you need.
God damn it, ain't that the truth?
Блин, ну да. 304.
Alvarado is in apartment 304.
Понял. Погнали. Не, ну я так понимаю, это 3-й этаж. И опять какая-то дальняя квартира. 2, 3.
Phelps, this could turn ugly. Forget about knocking. Let's take our boy by surprise.
Hey, what the fuck?
LAPD, motherfucker, you're under arrest.
Stay back.
I got nothing to say to you.
What do you think, Joe Lewis?
Бэм. Стоило бы взять шляпу.
You got some decent shots in there. Cuff these sons of bitches, Phelps.
LAPD, you two are under arrest. Call for some backup, Finbar.
Galloway, badge number 564. I need a prowl car at the apartment building 330 North Hill Street. 2 suspects need transporting to Central.
Your wife has been murdered, Angel.
Antonia? Who
God, no!
Where were you last night, Angel?
I was here with my brother the whole night, God damn it! You think I'd kill my own wife?
А почему нет?
We should get the whole place going over, then talk to the neighbors.
Соседи в этой игре сами
I don't care
выходят.
that you just got smacked in the head. You don't call me Finbar.
Блин, я хотел записную книжку это посмотреть. Нихуя тут не отдаем.
Doesn't give me anything to go on.
Ты хуй знает. Может там типа написано, что он где-то был на самом деле. Супер странная херня. О.
This will take some explaining.
Блять, почему они все развешивают? Не понимаю. Окей. А тут был другой подъем, чуваки. Этот лол.
Just picked fruit market. I wonder if Angel gets all his groceries from this place.
Свежие фрукты, но я чуть не понял. Может, у них тогда уже ведь не было сухого закона?
Maybe one of the neighbors took notice of Angel's movements. He's got no alibi, you suppose.
Блин, место кайфовое, если честно. Очень круто было бы тут жить. На самом деле. И квартирка такая большая.
What do you want?
LAPD. We're making some inquiries.
Make it quick. I work nights.
So you weren't home last night?
No, I was at work.
You know nothing about Mrs. Maldonado fighting with her husband?
Those two? They're always screaming the place down.
Thanks.
No good. There's nobody here.
Sorry about that. I'm playing with my kid.
LAPD. Were you here last night?
Yeah. My wife and I are separated, and I had the kids last night. I put them to bed early and went to bed myself.
Thanks.
Hello.
LAPD, ma'am. Did you hear a disturbance last night?
Yes. Yes, I did. Mrs. Maldonado lit out of here and her husband ran out after her.
You saw this, Miss?
Aranda. I had the door open a crack.
Did you see Mr. Maldonado come back inside after he ran out?
No. I didn't.
Thanks. We'll be in touch.
I kept thinking you were going to call that one a nosy old hag too, Phelps. Well-executed restraint.
I'm executing restraint right now, Finbar.
Остальные двери, смотрите, не с золотыми ручками. В них даже не стучат, блять, ладно. Стучаться даже нельзя, короче. Что дальше делаем? В таком случае.
KGPL, 11 King, over.
11K, Captain Donnelly and Detective Sergeant Finis Brown urgently request your presence at Central. A new letter has been found.
11K, en route.
Think there's anything to the divorce angle?
I've been through 3, Phelps. No big deal. After a while, you just numb yourself to this.
But Angel, he's a young Latino man. It would hurt his sense of who he is. He'd see himself as a failure, a woman taking control over his life.
Then she fronts him and he snaps. Works for me. That makes Angel a killer as well as a piece of shit.
Another letter? I thought the letter was from a nut.
Блять.
These letters, Brown and Hanson believe they are genuine.
The captain is waiting for you downstairs.
Ждет вас внизу с
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
They're waiting down in tech services, Phelps.
А, я видел спуск вниз, да, точно. Прикольно, что подземный участок на самом деле. А ты знаешь, где нас ждут-то, чувак? Просто не особо. Он знает.
Boys, come on in.
Ребята.
Phelps, have you met Finis Brown?
Pleased to meet you, sir.
This information is confidential and doesn't leave this room.
The new letter was left in the back seat of a cab. The driver thinks it was put through the window and not left by a customer.
We're checking all this fares back 24 hours regardless.
Good.
Like the previous letters, it's been assembled from headlines and typed from the Times and Examiner, then glued to an envelope.
What is the other note?
This one? That's also new. A poem, hand-typed.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Go ahead. We've been over both documents pretty carefully. They've been wiped with gasoline, so there's no chance of prints.
Mouthpiece for stripped off me at the grand jury. Case got thrown out. Now the DA wants my...
That's the message from the Celine Henry case. Keep upon thy soul by virtue of this curse.
That's why we called you in.
You think it's original?
Not unless he's a genius.
You like this nutjob's poem?
No, I like Shelley. It was written at least 100 years ago.
Shelley? Sure, I knew that.
You see, Finis? I told you this lad was a bright boy.
Sure, but what has it got to do with the case?
Prometheus Unbound. Prometheus was a titan, a superhuman character who defied the gods to bring fire to humanity.
The Dahlia guy believes he's Superman.
Your guess is as good as mine. One thing for sure is that he's educated. What about the link to the Henry case?
He could have got the wording from the papers. As you said, he is fiendishly clever and takes pleasure in taunting us. What's happening with the Maldonado case?
We have the husband in custody. We haven't interviewed him yet.
Well, upstairs then, lads, and see if we can break him.
I've been in this job 20 years.
Погодите, я могу в уликах прочитать эти улики? Что за чувак? А, понял.
Hey, Cole, let's get moving.
Let's go.
Come on, you can tell me. I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you made it if you got that desk.
Yeah, I want to make homicide.
Improved your attitude, Angel?
What do you want me to say? I was with Antonia the night she died, but she left the apartment, and that was the last time I saw her.
So your wife paid you a visit last night. What time was that?
Late, around midnight, maybe? She didn't stay long.
You're lying, Angel. You went after her. I think you killed her.
You're out of your mind. My brother will tell you I was at home.
We have a witness who confirms that you were arguing, that your wife ran out, that you followed her and didn't come back.
I know this looks bad, but it's not true. We argued, all right, but she went out and I went out after her and she jumped in a car on the corner.
There was a car waiting for her? Can you describe the driver?
Not the driver. It was too dark. But the car, it was a brown Ford Coupe.
When we found your wife, her jewelry had been removed. Was she wearing her religious medallion last night?
Sure. She always wore that.
What about the charm bracelet? Was she wearing that?
You know about that? She never wore it. She didn't like the message. She kept it locked up in that box of hers.
Процедура развода.
You and your wife weren't getting along. She was divorcing you. Is that why you killed her?
We fought, yeah, but we weren't getting a divorce.
Да конечно, ёбка, погодите, он же типа письмо.
I don't believe you, Angel.
Вы видели?
She'd been granted a decree nisi. She pushed you too far and you lashed out.
I told you. I wouldn't accept a divorce.
The judge had set a date. You were going to be paraded in front of the whole city for your cruelty to her, Angel.
Antonia. Oh, Jesus. She came in drunk, out of her mind. She doesn't normally drink. She was looking around in her bag. Said she wanted to serve me papers. Me, her own husband.
Ну,
So I slapped her down.
Сначала
She
ты
ran
муж, а
out.
потом не муж.
That's the
Так и
truth.
работает.
What size shoe do you wear, Angel?
Size 8. What difference does that make?
Your wife has been brutally murdered. So how do you explain your shirt being covered in blood?
You found that? I cut myself shaving.
Блин, звучит как бред.
Angel, I'm not going to waste any more time on this. Give me something or I'm going to have you charged.
My brother, Ippolito, he said some bad things about Antonia last night. So I had to sock him one. We got into it.
Keep talking.
She said she came from the El Dorado bar.
And?
It's not one of my places. We used to buy fruit at the market down the street. But the creep there was always running his eyes all over my wife.
What's the name of this fruit market?
Just picked fruit. Ord Street downtown.
One last question, Angel. Do the words kiss the blood mean anything to you?
No. Sounds sick to me.
You're not in the clear by any means, Angel. You're going back into a cell. You should think about whether you have anything else you need to share with us.
Ну, типа, да, вроде как его и отпустить не могут, и провести экспертизу ДНК тоже не могут. Ну, погнали в бар, видимо. Так, ну чё, пускай тогда мой тиммейт ведет.
You can drive.
Fine. Where are we headed?
Все-таки мне не нравится большое кресло на переднем сиденье.
You don't think it's strange that all these murders are happening to girls who've been out drinking?
No, no. A broad drinks, she gets a bit tight, she starts mouthing off. This leads to that, and she ends up in an alleyway. It's a sad story, but this town's seen it play out 1,000 times, Cole.
Why don't you want to see a connection here?
Because there are perfectly good real-life suspects for every one of these murders. We don't need to go looking for the monster under the bed.
What can I get you?
LAPD. Detectives Phelps and Galloway.
Diego Aguilar. How can I help?
You worked the bar last night?
Yeah. Me and a temp guy from the agency.
Did you have a woman in here last night? 21 years old, Hispanic, drinking heavily?
We have a lot of ladies like that in here. But yeah, I know who you mean. Antonia Maldonado. What did she do?
She was murdered last night.
Oh, shit.
Do you know her well? Was she a regular?
Hell no. She was good and tight last night, complaining about her old man. It's a story you get used to working in a bar. She was so hammered last night, she left a letter on the bar. I'll show you.
Where's that goddamn waitress? Sam has taken me to Palm Springs for the weekend.
Округ Лос-Анджелеса, штат Калифорния, суд вызывает гражданскому иску и вид страдное окружное отделение.
Divorce papers? Did you open them?
No need to. She was shouting about it and waving the letter around. Said she was going to show him.
Can you remember what jewelry she was wearing?
She had a necklace. Some kind of religious thing, I think. The temp guy would have more of an idea. She took the beer he served her and cried into it all night.
What time did she leave?
Can't say for sure.
Where did she go? Give me something or the LAPD will start getting interested in this place.
Take it easy. She wanted a cab, okay? And my phone was out of order. The closest one I knew was at the fruit market across the street, so I suggested she try there. She seemed reluctant.
Did Antonia say where she was going when she left?
She said she was going to serve the papers on the husband. Said that would take the smile off his face. If you ask me, she was scared. And the drink was for Dutch courage.
She attract any interest?
An extremely drunk young woman? What do you think? She managed to scare them off, though.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
No problem. Hey, get the guy, will you?
We'll do our best. One last question. What size shoe do you take, Mr. Aguilar?
A broad 9. I have wide feet.
Охуительная идея, тупо у всех спрашивать размер обуви. Еще вернусь, еще конфеты закину в рот. Опа. Я подумал, где рынок напротив, чуваки.
You're behind the wheel.
And where exactly are we going?
Тут реально миллиметр.
What's your read on Maldonado?
I still like him for it. Seriously, that line about the guy at the fruit market making Isaac his woman? Please. We'll get to the market and the guy behind the counter will tell us he saw Angel drag his old lady off into the night. This case will be shut like all the others.
Handbag was left just up there, overlooking the market.
Could have come here from the start and saved ourselves a day's legwork.
I just don't know how to dance to bebop.
LAPD, Detective Phelps and Galloway.
Clem Feeney, what can I do for you?
Did you happen to see a young woman last night? 21 years old, Hispanic?
Sure, she came by last night. Why do you ask?
She was wearing a necklace?
I didn't notice.
You weren't paying attention, Feeney?
Hey, you're getting the wrong idea.
Exactly how much fruit do you sell here after midnight, Clem?
Look, not much. I sell the odd bottle on the side to the after-hours crowd. Look, I don't want any trouble. I'm just trying to make a buck.
The young lady arrived around midnight?
Yeah, something like that. Used the phone for a cab and then left.
You already knew Mrs. Maldonado, didn't you, Clem?
Sure, I met her before. She seemed like a nice lady. Her husband went apeshit one day when he caught me talking to her. She had me back until last night.
Where did she go from here?
She wanted a cab, but I couldn't get her one. I was about to offer to drive her, but a car pulled up and she got into that.
Can you describe the car?
Brown Ford Coupe, I think. She seemed to know the guy.
Do you mind if we look around?
Why would you want to do that?
Because we say so.
I guess you can. Hey, don't you have to get a court order or something? I have rights.
Clem? Shh.
Бля. Слушайте, а чё это мы тут должны смотреть?
No wonder he stays open late at night. People have to get their vitamins. Check through this stuff before we get back out there.
I got a call back for that universal chorus line.
Ну, винцо, понятно.
So what are we hiding in here? This thing needs a combination.
Что там, 2, 5, 3, кажется.
Are you working Friday night? We should go out after.
Just don't know how to dance to bebop.
Я что-то не очень понял. А что с этой коробкой делать? Блять, мне...
Why cut someone who was already dead?
It's a typical power thing. Once the stiff is dead, the creep usually feels they can do whatever they like. Must have seen it during the war. This fruit stall punk gets about 10 seconds to explain before I pull his fucking arms off.
Clem!
God damn it, get after him, Cole.
Что, я не знаю, бред какой-то, если честно.
I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck.
Ну, чел сам, блядь, не пробежал.
Should have grabbed him when we had the chance, Phelps.
When we had the chance, we didn't know he was our guy.
Ну,
Strange that he
братцы,
would trail
блядь,
blood right back to
говорил.
his own market.
Maybe he wanted to be caught. A lot of them do. Phelps, you gotta get me closer.
It's almost too perfect, isn't it?
There's no such thing as too perfect. Hit it! Clean this asshole off the road. Keep it steady and I'll try to bust his tires.
Мне кажется, проблема в том...
Hit him, Cole! Spit him out!
Он тоже не похож на убийцу, я думаю. Какой-то, блин, более забавный рофл.
You're a sick man, Clem. You need help.
Это странно. Это реально странно.
Outstanding job on this case, gentlemen. The poor woman can now rest in peace. I'll pay the fiend a personal visit myself and remind him that crime in this city does not go unpunished. When they finish with him at the receiving hospital, we'll have him up before the grand jury. I have a meeting this afternoon with the mayor lads. I'll be sure to mention your names. Now, On your way.
Нормальная тема. Ты уже домой не забрал себе?
Sarge, why are the guys giving it to the doggies? They're riding in trucks, numbskull, while you're marching.
They look pretty badly beat up.
Yeah, they do it then. Scuttlebutt says it's pretty hard going down south.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Recon always leads. How can we fail, Skip, with the Shadow leading the show? Who the fuck is the Shadow? Lieutenant Phelps, the Shadow of Death.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's a quiet fucker, Sarge. Never hear the bastard coming. Sitting there, field stripping a cigarette, and suddenly he's there looking down on you.
Why do you think we keep saluting that Jap-loving son of a bitch? He's bad juju.
That's enough out of you three. Bad juju? Where are you dragged up? A swamp?
Good morning, gentlemen, and what a grand morning it is, too. We have just cause for celebration. Galloway and Phelps are sending another fiend to San Quentin. A nice showy trial, and he'll be strapped down with gas seeping into his tiny reptile brain. Now, to fresh business. Galloway and Phelps, the task is at hand. The address is on the hill, north downtown off Fremont Avenue.
Не знаю, чуваки, если бы...
Now, boys, we all know how many imbeciles have confessed in the short case.
Короче, знаете, что я понял? То, что если бы люди в этом мире хотя бы мыли оружие, которым убивают, нет, даже не то, что мыли, выкидывали его сразу, закапывали, что-то делали, то мы бы вообще нихуя ничего не нашли. Да, все-таки... Чем, блядь, древнее мир, тем он тупее. Поэтому, наверное, в то время убийца вообще, ну, стрельно, хотя бы чуток шаришь в этом всем. Вообще никогда не найдут хоть сколько вот так вот женщин режь. Я осуждаю, конечно, но судя по этой игре, если так все и было, плюсом я еще, Игорь мне рассказывал какую-то историю, я помню, про то, как полицейские ловили убийцу в США. Ну, там столько людей арестовали за
First the letter, and now another body. Come on, you can't keep on telling me there's not a killer still out there.
You know, Phelps, all these arrests on your record are giving you a reputation. You don't want them turning into unsolved.
Getting a vicious killer off the streets is more important than my reputation.
Really?
And besides, landing a big fat marlin is more impressive than an ocean full of minnows.
The minnows maketh the man, Phelps. You can't always hit home runs. Sometimes you just gotta make first base.
Типа, блин, либо им подкидывают все эти улики.
Detectives? Phelps and Galloway, homicide. Scene is secure. The rest of the patrolmen are going door to door, canvassing for witnesses.
Thanks. Keep me informed.
Will do, Detective.
This looks awfully familiar.
I think that's the impression the boys from the Examiner took with them as well.
There's nothing original under the sun. Why should murder be any different?
What do we have so far?
Not much trace evidence to speak of. Storm blew in around 10 last night, and the rain washed most of it away.
And the body? Looks like she was tipped out of an automobile from the tire tracks and superficial injuries. Strangled with a length of rope. And for my money, it's triple braid again.
Time of death?
From her temperature, maybe 2 a.m. but it was cold last night.
Usual head injuries.
Blunt force trauma. Knock him over the head, then strangle and mutilate. No message with this one.
At least she was left clothed.
I doubt very much he was concerned with her dignity.
The green silk dress is very distinctive. Any sign of her other shoe?
No. And no handbag or other personal effects.
Блин, я пытаюсь понять, трусы на ней есть или нет. По ощущениям нет. Или есть. А, это платье. Я думал, это типа из закусочной. Ну, хотя бы с руками все нормально.
There appears to be a dry cleaning label. Superior Laundry Services, F1363.
Блин, ну в таком платье прикольно, наверное, работать, на самом деле. Не знаю одного. Она без трусов или в трусах? Ладно. Погнали дальше. Это что такое? А что здесь за улики? А, следы.
No drag marks. Killer was moving around, surveying the scene. Our driver and our killer are most likely one and the same.
Кстати, а какую мы машину-то тогда, блять, нам все...
I don't think so.
В карман засунь. Что значит не думаю? Обратно бросил. 5 баксов.
Not now, Phelps.
Я не хотел уезжать.
Detectives, I've been working the houses across the street and up the block. This lady thinks she has something for us.
Detective Phelps, LAPD.
I'm Mrs. Barton, Catherine Barton. I live just across the way.
Did you see anyone around here last night?
Not last night, but yesterday, early evening, I saw that awful hobo.
Okay. Что дальше?
Do you have a description?
Tall, gaunt, horribly disfigured. I think he may have had an accident in the war. He's a very scary, angry man.
Any idea where we might find him?
One of the hobo camps around here. He's some kind of hobo leader. They all follow him around.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been a big help.
Of course. Anything I can do to help. I'd hate to think that something so ghastly could happen right here and nothing be done about it.
Что интересно в телефоне можно узнать?
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address on Superior Laundry Services.
Just a moment. Superior Laundry Services, 1260 West 1st Street.
Can you track down reports of hobo camps in the vicinity of Signal Hill?
Just a moment, Detective. a large camp under the bridge on Grand between Temple and Sunset.
Thank you.
А где мы, кстати? Блять, я кнопку М нажал. Еще за ствол. Место преступления. Химчистка, лагерь бродяг. Ну ладно. Пускай тогда мой тиммейт довезет. Могу сначала на место работы.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Хотя бы узнаем, кто это.
Fine. Where are we headed? No message.
Excuse me?
There was no message.
Where?
On the Vic. The last bodies had something written on them. This one didn't.
I'm failing to follow you.
Can't be the same guy is what I'm saying, right? Before you start trying to link this to Maldonado and all the others.
There are more factors to consider than the messages, Rusty.
This doesn't fit your pattern, Cole. End of conversation. Understand?
Ну вообще да, соглы. Она не раздета, палец не от этого. Бля, какое место прикольное.
At least the rain stopped. You can change back into those white bucks.
Слушайте, кстати, погодите. Белые туфли, он сказал. Давайте посмотрим, может быть, есть какой-то реально веселый костюм. Еще заметишь, что как будто эту часть игры делали другие люди.
We're investigating a case and one of your laundry labels came up. F1363.
If you give me a minute, I'll go find a register and you can take a look.
Короче, что это происходит? А, да, в этой сейчас вообще нет никаких перестрелок, хотя все начало игры мы только стреляли с пистолета. Как будто эту часть игры другие люди
You
делают.
take a look for yourself. I've got clothes that need pressing.
You wrote the number down on that dress, is it there?
Mrs. T. Terrellson, 43 Emerald Street, Westlake.
You can drive.
And where exactly are we going? I've got a feeling we're about to meet another wife killer.
You've always got that feeling, Rusty.
Yeah, and it's usually correct.
Please, please, for once, can you not let your assumptions color your detective work?
Just you wait. Nordic types show a particular disposition for this stuff.
Hello? Yes?
Detectives Phelps and Galloway. Is your wife home, sir?
My wife went out last night and she hasn't come home.
Can you describe your wife and what she was wearing?
We were out at a friend's place, Bobby Ross's, for a party. She was kind of dolled up. She had her green silk dress, open-toed white shoes. Those are her favorite shoes.
Can we come in, Mr. Tarleton? I'm afraid we have some rather bad news. Do you have someone who can look after your children, Mr. Tarleton?
I've been trying to arrange a sitter. Look, tell me what's happened.
I'm afraid your wife was murdered last night. Her body was found this morning. We're very sorry for your loss.
Стоило бы сказать детям отойти, конечно, уйти
I know
куда-то.
this is a difficult time, Mr. Tarleton, but we are going to need you to answer some questions. First, we're going to take a look around.
What for? You don't think that...
It's procedure. You see to your girls.
Stay here till Daddy's finished talking to these men.
Where's Mommy?
Everything's gonna be all right, sweetheart.
We would like Mommy to come home now, Daddy.
What's the problem, Tarleton? Let him search. You got nothing to hide. You want to hear something funny, Tarleton? Some bums think filling out a missing person report actually rules him out as a suspect.
Need to check if she was a regular.
Что за фотка?
I wonder why the picture was turned down.
Может, упала.
Doesn't tell me anything.
Блин, погодите, я хочу вот так сделать. Мы уже
Baron's bar
видели это.
again. Someone must be real sweet on this dive. Maybe. No.
Блин, погодите, часть улик где-то тут прямо.
If you'd excuse me, ladies.
А, тут еще есть какая-то штука.
So she went out without her handbag? At least she was spared that particular indignity.
Я понял, будь у нее с собой сумочка, скорее всего, тоже ее бы кокнули.
You can see if Pinker can match the impression to the crime scene. Lars was out in the rain last night.
Ничего, и тут еще что-то есть.
have to be in quite a state to leave this behind.
Не, ну согласитесь, без этой херни это вообще хер найдешь. Что еще за вопрос?
Looks like a match with the ligature marks.
Ну, как видите, я просто кликал он сам. Сказал мне про канат.
For the record, Mr. Tarleton, what is your wife's name?
Teresa.
Возможные подозреваемые.
Do you have any idea why anyone would want to hurt your wife?
No. Everyone loved Teresa. She was so full of life. It can't be anyone who knew her.
I think you're lying, Lars. I think you were mad at your wife for embarrassing you in front of your friends. I think you came back here and strangled her and then dumped her body on the hill.
You think I strangled my wife? How do you expect to prove that?
Your wife was strangled with triple braid rope.
Я бы никогда не
Is a
догадался.
perfect match.
Look, I know this looks bad. I'm gonna have to come to terms with the fact that I let her go.
You said you went to a party at Bobby Ross's place?
That's right, Bobby had a bunch of people over. We were having a good time. She said she was bored and decided to leave.
You let your drunk wife leave the party and go off on her own?
Look, I was angry. I was having a good time. She has to go and ruin it. We always have to do what she wants to do. Last night she wanted to go dancing.
Any idea where?
Where she always goes. A bar down on North Beaudry Avenue. Baron's Bar. She goes there, drinks too much, gets maudlin, and calls me. I go and bring her home.
Mr. Tarleton, was Teresa happy at home?
Yeah, I think she was.
Блин, ну очевидно нет.
Spill it, Tarleton. We like the look of you for this, so you'd better give us something.
We're at the party. She has a few and says she wants to go out dancing. We only have the sitter until 9. I get mad. I tell her to go ahead, but I'm staying. She storms out. Look, I'm doing well at cards. I hardly ever do well. I married her because she was so much fun, but now she drives me fucking crazy.
What time did she leave the party?
About 8:30, maybe a little earlier.
Последний контакт с
When was the
жертвой.
last time you saw your wife?
Around 8:30. The card game at Bobby's was wrapping up. I played out my hand and drove home here. Paid the sitter and went to bed.
You're lying, Lars. You didn't come straight home, did you?
And how do you figure that?
You were out in the rain. You got soaked, Lars. We found your wet weather gear.
Okay, I stayed a little later than I said. This cute little brunette was hitting on me. Teresa noticed. I was half cut. I walked her home from Bobby's, but nothing happened. I walked back and got the car this morning.
Thanks for answering our questions, Mr. Tarleton. You'll need to go downtown to identify your wife's body.
I should have taken her dancing.
In my experience, Mac, you give in to broads, you'll be giving in to them your entire life. We could break the husband's story right now. Call in, get some uniforms dispatched to check out his alibi.
Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Can you run an address for a Bobby Ross? Then send some uniforms over.
Would you like him picked up?
No.
Suspect says he was with Ross last night. We need to confirm the alibi.
I'll get a prowl car dispatched.
Thanks, ma'am.
Собственно, все.
Appreciate your time, sir.
Теперь не уезжайте из города, как говорится, мы с вами свяжемся. Что дальше делаем?
You know the way. You can drive.
Fine. Where are we headed? Do you believe this guy's story?
Kind of rings true.
Жесть, конечно.
This is a tasty burger.
Gents, drink?
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD.
I'm Benny Clough. This about Teresa Terrellson?
Yes, it is.
I heard about it on the radio. They're saying it was that Black Dahlia freak again? God damn it. Yeah, I rang that husband of hers. The babysitter said he was out.
If you don't mind, we have a few questions. What time did Teresa leave?
Around 10:30, I think.
On foot? In a car? By bus? How was it?
She called for a cab.
Did you get the number?
Sure I did. I like Teresa. The only time she has a drink is when things aren't going so good at home. I was worried about her.
That's one heck of a Sunday.
Тереза-то. Желтое такси 3599.
Put out an APB on the cab. 3591. Should be traceable. Who was she with? We've had reports about a tall, gaunt-looking hobo. He wasn't here last night?
I get plenty of bums in here, but nothing to fit that description.
The likelihood is that whoever she left here with killed her. Give it up, Benny.
All right, two creeps were all over her, promising to take her dancing.
You get a good look at these guys?
Sure. I got a good look. One of them was a sailor in uniform. His cap said, USS Indiana.
And the other man?
The other guy is Richard Bates. He's sitting in the back right now. Red polo shirt.
Any idea where she was headed?
Nope. I didn't get that.
Что, сомнение или правда?
The husband said she wanted to go dancing.
And she always wants to dance when she's been drinking. She was trying to talk some guys into taking her to one of the dance halls.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Clough. We'll take it from here.
Hey, no problem.
This is Bates?
That's him.
LAPD, don't make me chase you, shitbird. You can't let the son of a bitch get away.
He wants a 5-star goddamn weapon.
Bates! He just wants to
Блять,
talk.
вот он.
Come on, gotta ride. Get in and drive.
thought you were gonna leave me there. Who knows what this guy will pull when he's cornered? We could have a killer on our hands. I don't think the killer would be kicking back in the bar where he met the Vic in. Listen, a creature of habit is your killer. For some reason, they're skipping.
Блять, ну вы люди, конечно.
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close. Hit it. Clean this asshole off the road. Hit him, Cole. Spit him out. I'll try to shoot out his time.
Чё ты не хочешь?
Wish me luck. All right, you got me. I've had enough.
Merch! Give it up, LAPD! Okay, Bates. You're gonna answer some questions.
I have a choice in this.
Last night, you went drinking with a lady in the bar. Now she's dead. And your face is all messed up.
I'm in the clear on that. She preferred a sailor. You could lay it off on him. Are we finished?
Do you want my partner to sap you? Tell us what we want to know.
She was okay. Drunk. Pissed off at her old man, wanting to go dancing. I thought I'd ply her with a few drinks and get my end away. Looks like your salty had the same idea.
So what happened when you left the bar?
Sailor boy laid one on me. A cheap shot. After that, I don't know.
You've done time, haven't you, Richard? Is that why you ran?
I'm on parole.
On what offense?
Sexual assault. Look, I was lying there on the sidewalk. He flags a cab and jumps in with the broad.
We're taking you in, Bates.
How come?
Just for a chat. Nice private chat. I'll explain my theory of once a degenerate, always a degenerate.
Take him to Central. He's a material witness in a murder case. Find him a cozy cell.
Richard here knows the drill.
Блять, ну это забавно. Не знаю, типа, зачем мне телефон подсвечивается, но давайте поговорим. Обычно он не подсвечивается, когда не нужен.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an APB out on a yellow cab, number 3591. Ask dispatch to relay all sightings to car 11K.
No problem. I'll get on the radio.
Were there any incident reports filed in the vicinity of Barron's Bar on North Beaudry Avenue? We're tracking a sailor who was involved in a fight outside the bar.
I can check the reports, Detective. I have a message for you from Captain Donnelly. Message reads, James Jessup, U.S. Navy able seaman, has information relevant to your case. Jessup is currently being detained at Central Station.
Could be our man. Thanks for your help.
Ну что, погнали? Давайте я поведу.
Car 11K, we have a response on your APB regarding yellow cab number 3591. The vehicle has been identified at a gas station. Now heading west on 7th Street.
Garage on 7th Street. Let's hit it, Phelps. The cab driver might tie this whole thing together.
I hope you're right.
You see our taxi anywhere?
Он движется, типа. Блять, я же уверен, он не движется. Хуй на него, короче. Потом посмотрим. Ну просто впадло ехать туда сначала, сюда.
Where's that cab got you now?
11K, yellow cab number 3591, sighted at the corner of Wilshire and Whitmer. Repeat, Wilshire and Whitmer, 11K.
This officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive. Officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive, a 211 in progress and shots fired. Unit to handle code 3 identified.
11K, further on your APB on yellow cab number 3591. Vehicle identified at Reggie's Cafe, heading north on Whitmer. KGPL clear.
All right, so where's the cab? You see our taxi anywhere?
Call 11K, your suspect vehicle, yellow cab 3591, sighted at 6th and Valencia.
Вижу. Жизнь вижу, чуваки.
LAPD, we're investigating a murder.
What's that got to do with me?
The fare you picked up from Barron's bar last night. What was the woman wearing?
It's a green dress. Oh, don't tell me something's happened to her.
Tell me about her.
She was with this sailor, and he was all over her. She wasn't having any of it. Said she just wanted to dance. But he had that look in his eye.
Where did you drop them off?
It's at the Crystal Ballroom.
What time?
After midnight. 12:30? Something like that.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
Well, that's gonna ruin my day.
All units, officer needs help. 415 and shots fired. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. Unit to handle code 3 identify.
Блять, теперь кажется, что он еще и, блять. Ее ёбнул. Я, кстати, почему-то думал, что в игре, ну, там, типа, 3-4 больших расследования и все. А она разбита просто на кучу маленьких расследований.
415 and shots fired. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. Unit to handle code 3 identify.
Бля, тут
You want to leave that one to the uniform, that's fine. You got plenty to get on.
Why don't you come on out, Jimmy? I won't let them hurt you. Not my honey boy.
I told you not to call me that, woman. Now shut the hell up.
You shut the hell up.
That the lady of the house?
It's a nice story. Two old lovebirds just moved in together.
But they had a falling out, and he chased her across the yard with a 12 gauge. Now it's him or us.
Get the bastard! Officer down!
Блять, после того как...
Give yourself up! Now!
You're a cop killer! Reinforcements are on the way. Cease and desist.
What have they done to you?
Да я его в руку подстрелил. Тьф. Пупсик, что они с тобой сделали? Двух копов убило, ло. Что за грусть? Кто первый стреляет, тот пули получает. Это закон Соединенных Штатов Америки. Кстати.
You're behind the wheel.
Ну все, дорули уже, да. Сейчас. Заебался ехать.
Mouthpiece for strips off me at the grand jury. Case got thrown out.
He's in an interview
Now the
too.
DA wants my head.
Thanks. What do you make of him? Sailor on furlough who looks like he's in trouble and knows it.
Бля, это просто, наверное, вот там же.
This guy's got screwed.
Detectives Phelps and Galloway. We know why you're here, Jessup, so it would be best if you answered our questions truthfully.
I don't want any trouble. That's why I'm here. I heard on the radio about this lady getting killed. I got leave from my CO to come down straight away.
So why did you kill her?
I didn't kill anyone. Look, you need to believe me.
Let's start at the beginning. You went to Barron's Bar. What time did you arrive?
I got a 24-hour pass. I got there around 7.
That's where you met Teresa Terrellson?
Sure. We had a couple of drinks.
So you tried to make a woman who was incredibly drunk?
Look, I'm not proud of myself, but I never hurt her.
You took her dancing?
That's right. Caught a cab to the Crystal Ballroom.
You had a fist fight with Richard Bates over Mrs. Terrellson.
You met the guy? He's a creep. You should take a look at him for this.
Блин, опять что-то не
He's pointing the
договариваю.
finger directly at you, Jessup.
I only had one night before I was back in the tub. He had all the time in the world to look for some action. I belted him. I'd do it again. She was better off with me.
Sure. You're a shining example of chivalry, Jessup. Where did you go after the Crystal Ballroom?
I think the wind had gone out of her sails by then. She caught a cab and I caught a bus back to the base.
We spoke to the cab driver. Tell us what really happened at the Crystal Ballroom.
I'd had enough. She was all upset about her husband bawling about her kids. She looked old. Left around closing, maybe 1:30. We got on a bus and she fell asleep on my shoulder.
Which bus?
An All-American, 249. We went past her place. She jumped off and I stayed on it downtown. After that, I caught another bus to San Pedro. The Indiana's down there. She's being scrapped.
And that was the last you saw of Teresa.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't say much. I think she was kind of embarrassed.
The cab driver said that you were getting pretty familiar with Teresa.
That's not how I'd put it.
So the last thing you wanted was her playing hard to get. Did that make you mad, sailor?
Yeah, it did. She knew what a guy's looking for. All broads do. Dancing comes second.
And what happened at the Crystal Ballroom?
Nothing. Not even a little hand relief. She had another couple of drinks. There was no fun left in her. Just poured her guts out to some bartender.
We're holding you till we can clear this with the driver.
Yeah, my CO said as much.
Can you put the guy in 2 in a cell and inform the commander?
Sure, Detective. Got a message for you. Sighting of your disfigured hobo on Grand between Temple and Sunset. And it looks like the Beau has a record, too. He's wanted in connection with 2 female assaults.
Thanks.
What now? Drive all the way to San Pedro and check his locker?
Let's see if the bus story checks out.
There's a depot at 1660 Beverly Boulevard.
I think we bust in there and find the goddamn.
You can drive.
And where exactly are we going? Three suspects in the can and 1 on the hook. There's still no hard evidence on any of them.
KGPL to car 11K. 11K, come in.
11K, go ahead.
Patrolman reporting that Bobby Ross's car game is breaking up at midnight.
11K, roger that. Only have time to get downtown, Cole.
It's possible. Have them bring him in.
KGPL, could we have Lars Terrelson picked up?
11K, roger.
Интересная ситуация, интересная. Ну и хуйня какая-то, конечно.
I don't need this.
And thank you, ma'am. You have a safe trip now. Where are you boys headed today?
LAPD. We're after the driver of All-American 249. Would have been around midnight onwards last night.
Just a minute. Frank Zeffirelli. He's your man.
Where can we find him?
Frank is out on the 7-4.
Can you tell us the route?
Hang on. I should have it mapped out here somewhere.
That's that cop. Seems like a decent guy.
Did you read about the woman who stabbed her husband and then pushed him in front of the car? That's the cop who caught her.
That broad has socks in it, Brazil.
Ну и чё, я так понимаю, надо его найти? Или чё? Бля, я не понял.
I saved a whole year for that car.
Чё нам надо?
Are you liquored up?
I need to run the loop.
We're not going to drive the whole thing, are we?
Won't take long. We have a siren.
All-American 7-4. Let's go get him. This could be a long trip, Cole.
Or it could be a short one.
And here's me without my hip flask and only a pain in the ass for company.
Way to kick off the drive in high spirits, Rusty. Comments like that put me in just the right mood for some leg work. You know what your problem is? You don't like hard work. This kind of rigorous search is what police work is all about. Discipline.
Save it, Phelps. You're just as bored as I am.
Блин, охуеть так-то в ночное время тут людей на машинах вообще гоняет, до хера. Супер странно.
Nope, still no sign of him.
Did you doze off, Rusty? I think you slept through my solving the case.
Yeah, very funny. You just give me a nudge if you see him, right?
How about you nudge me?
I think that's a job for your wife.
Oh, Rusty.
Есть ощущение, что я еду типа не в ту сторону по маршруту, понимаете, чем я?
How long is this bus route?
It actually covers an area around the size of Central Division.
The probability is we'll find it about halfway around.
Bad luck says we'll be chasing it all night.
Sorry.
This is starting to grate a little.
You know, whatever happened to the joys of rigorous search? Dogged police work, you know?
They went out the window about 2 blocks ago.
Hey, this could be a Cole Phelps I'll grow to love.
Don't count on it.
Мне кажется, мы уже близки к тому, чтобы круг сделать. Вон он. Шмебьюлот. Шмебьюлот.
That's the bus we're looking for. Ease in behind her and get her to the side of the road.
That's the bus we're looking for. Ease in behind her and get her to the side of the road.
That's the guy from the paper. How's that be?
There's some kind of problem, buddy?
LAPD, we're investigating a murder. You had a sailor and a woman in a green dress on your bus late last night?
That's correct.
And the woman got off first, around 2 a.m.?
Yeah, that's right. And the sailor stayed on all the way to downtown.
Can you tell us where you let the woman off?
On California Street. To tell you the truth, she looked a little lost, like she got off on the wrong stop or something. I didn't like dropping her off near that hobo camp.
You've been a big help, Mr. Zeffirelli.
So Sailor Boy escaped by the seat of his bell-bottom trousers. He left the broad alive.
Left her by the hobo camp.
Which means he's as good as killed her.
We can't eliminate any of them, but the disfigured man should be our starting point.
I'm gonna call for some backup. These bows hate cops.
I think we ought to investigate the hobo lead.
Well, if you think we ought to, I guess we ought.
LAPD, we'd like a word with you.
Save it for someone who's interested. They're fascists. Come to move us on and steal what little we have left.
6 rounds won't get us far. I need you to stay copacetic, fellas. You need to hold out for cavalry.
How do we do that?
Like this. Buckshot, down, Phelps.
You want your rightful share? We need to fight for it.
Блять, можно не драться?
Disciples know what you did last night?
Тоже хотел стрелять.
What's your name?
Comrade Stalin.
Very funny. We'll find out from your personal effects.
Stuart Ackerman.
You're under suspicion for murder, Ackerman. We're taking you downtown.
You can't do anything more to me than what the Japanese have already done.
Чушь какая-то, если честно.
The Kremlin's over here, Phelps. Toss it, see what you find.
This is going to help us.
Там сумка дальше лежит.
Ackerman doesn't look like much of a dancer.
Понятно.
Looks familiar. Safe bet it'll match the mark under Teresa Terreldson's chin.
Бля, ну это просто охуенно. Опять улики просто оставлены.
Can you drive to this one?
Fine. Where are we
Пускай
headed?
будет так. Центральное отделение полиции. Полиция.
The husband has an alibi, but no real motive other than neglect. Jessup's alibi checks out. Bates is a recidivist. He'll be pulling the same stick until we put him away for good. Ackerman has history, opportunity, hard evidence. What motive?
We have the evidence. We know she was here. All we need is a confession, and we can charge the bum with murder.
Philadelphia for a strip
Going
club
this
at the
way.
grand jury. Case got thrown out. Now the DA wants my head.
Ordner says it's going to take at least a week to get an ID.
Straight through the red light. Said she never saw it.
Hey, I gave his wife a tap.
Блять, я опять забыла, где допросная.
No good John with me, detective.
Ackerman, you were in the Marines.
How do you know?
The Corps selected big guys for flamethrower duty. That's how you got the burns.
Life expectancy was 5 minutes for a guy in flamethrower detail. What kind of a government puts weight like that on a man's shoulders?
You'll get no argument from me. It was a heavy load.
You feeling sorry for this smelly fuck?
Why did you kill Mrs. Terrellson?
I have no recollection of the people I have killed.
Are you denying that you strangled Mrs. Terrellson with a length of rope?
I'm not denying anything. You have to have proof, lackey.
Блять, ты чё, ретард?
We found a matching piece of rope in your lean-to. I think we'll find the blood will match too.
I own no property. How could it belong to me?
A bus driver dropped Mrs. Terrellson near your camp around 2 a.m. Why did you take her up to the hill?
Which hill? I have many places. I go where I please.
You are clearly insane, Ackerman. The state of California does not execute mental patients.
I don't know the names of the women I've killed, but I've killed many of them. Their necks are so fragile.
Жесть.
Where were you around 2 a.m. last night?
At the camp.
You were up on the hill. You were seen during the day. We have a witness. We have evidence. Come clean with me, Ackerman, and I'll see what I can do for you.
I despise your pity. You have nothing that links me to this woman.
У нас две дамских сумочки, чуваки. Одна была у нее дома, а другая у него.
We have you
не
cold,
дома.
Ackerman. Her purse and the ballroom ticket were in your lean-to. Tell us why you did it.
I kill because people need killing. It's what I was trained to do.
Stuart Ackerman, I am charging you with the murder of Teresa Terrellson.
A man down on his luck I can abide. But a filthy red who chooses to live outside the rules of society I cannot stomach. Maybe poor Teresa Terrellson will provide the catalyst we need. I've spoken to the chief and the mayor, and I think it's time we send some men in to remove the godless and send them on their way over the county line. A grand day that will be, gentlemen. And a grand result you have brought me. You two are fast becoming my finest crusaders.
Не очень понятный совет внизу. Типа я мог сразу поехать в лагерь и все там разрешить. Блин, в таком баре в то время, наверное, было супер топово отдохнуть. У нас, наверное, вообще ничего похожего нет. Жесть, она просто набуханная. Снова. Мы вообще расследуем только убийство кучи тёлок.
Of course we will look into it. Yes, I'm aware that it's an election year. Keep a hold of your hat, Counselor. Now is not the time to lose your nerve. It would appear that someone has hocked a rose gold wedding ring and matching engagement ring. Sound familiar?
Deirdre Muller.
Press the pawnbroker and see what you can find out. The address is 348 South Main Street. The Muller case goes before the grand jury next week, and the DA does not want any egg on his face. Then get out to the railroad depot on Santa Fe Avenue. We have another poor unfortunate found this morning beside a railroad line. 40-year-old white woman.
Right, Skipper.
Lombard.
Another body. And Deirdre Muller's ring. The Emperor may soon have to come to terms with the fact that he's wearing no clothes.
When exactly did you get that book of riddles shoved up your ass, Phelps? Is that what your old man paid college tuition for?
Hey, I gave his wife a tap. I said all's fair in love and war.
You've got to admit, this is looking odd.
Anyone could pawn a ring.
But if you take it along with all of the other indicators...
Cole, Hugo Moeller was identified by the school's groundkeeper. He's our guy.
Witnesses have fingered the wrong guy before.
He ran, for God's sake.
And he always maintained he was set up.
This officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive. Officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive at 211 in progress and shots fired. Unit to handle code 3 identified.
Ломбард. Погнали, узнаем, что тут.
How can I help you boys?
Detectives Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. You have a rose gold wedding and engagement ring?
David Bremner. Am I gonna get something for this pledge? Gave that bum money, now you guys are gonna leave me short.
How much did you give him?
$50?
Try another number.
20?
Try 10. Feel lucky you're getting it.
I have the rings right here.
What's this mark here?
Maker's mark. Usually traceable. That one came from Hartfield's Jewelry down on Broadway.
Thanks for the tip. Does this mark mean anything?
Hallmark. Gives you an idea of the quality.
What have you got on the guy who brought these in?
Goes by the name of Percy B. Shelley. Gave an address. 15 Poland Street, London, Tulare County.
Can you give us a description of the man who pawned these rings?
Not sure. Medium height, medium build. Dark hair, I think. Sorry. He just had one of those forgettable faces.
We'll be in touch, Mr. Bremner.
Мы типа Не забираем кольца. Ну ладно.
We have a problem.
We could have the local troopers check out the Tulare County address.
The address is bogus. Herb is having fun with us. The guy who's been sending the Dahlia letters is also the guy who pawned these rings.
How do you figure that?
Percy Bysshe Shelley wrote the poem that came with the Dahlia letter. The Dahlia letters are genuine, and the man who killed Elizabeth Short may have also killed Deirdre Mullen.
And how do we prove that, Phelps? Skipper ain't gonna like this one.
We're gonna have to rely on this guy tripping up on his own vanity.
Any central unit, car 16L reports a possible jumper at 8th and Hope. The Methodist Church unit to handle code 2 identified.
Вот это место.
You boys ready? Follow me. We should keep this development with the rings under our hat until we speak with the captain.
We're all on the same team, Rusty.
Chain of command, Phelps. The skipper will decide who needs to know. Got it?
I get it, Rusty. I just don't like it. Hard, dude.
Хорошенький.
Yeah. I look after all the rail depots.
What have you got?
The Negro, Nelson Gaines, called it in. I came down here to make sure him and the other guy, Jameson, stuck around.
Jameson found the body?
Something like that. Guy makes me sick.
We'll talk to the coroner. Keep an eye on both of them. Smell?
Very good. There is the usual evacuation smell, but it appears she's been living rough for quite some time.
Very strong smell of alcohol.
Well, the autopsy will tell, but I would assume that she was inebriated.
Another missing ring.
Certainly seems I've been swabbing a lot of bare fingers recently.
Can you be more exact about the time of death?
No later than 2 a.m. The state the body was in, a 1 or 2 hour window is the best I can do.
Ну, тут голова, и это в центре ничего мы пощупать не можем. Давайте начнем сначала.
This is a chit for personal items, not booze. It's an angle worth investigating. Maybe someone at Mensch's will remember her.
I got this gadget whiz guy putting recording devices at the place.
Someone was trying to get her to come home.
Это чё? Билет как будто какой-то. Кинокомпания.
We could go over to the lot and see what they know about her.
That's gonna be difficult, Cole. Keystone Studio lot closed back in 41.
Все.
What have we got here?
White female, approximately 40 years of age, lipstick smudges on the face, but no writing, at least nothing legible. A blunt force trauma to the temple, nose, and eye regions. Ligature marks point to the probable cause of death being strangulation.
Any idea of the time of death?
From her temperature, after midnight would be my guess.
Detective Phelps and Galloway, homicide. Can you tell me exactly what happened?
We were shunting cars over to the main line when I saw this man here lying on top of this woman. The woman wasn't moving and seemed to be in a bad way.
What time was this?
About 7:30 this morning, sir.
Thanks for your help. Have you given Patrolman Hart your details?
I have, sir.
Thank you. You can go now. Detective Phelps, LAPD homicide.
John Ferdinand Jameson.
We need you to answer some questions, John.
If you don't mind, I prefer Ferdinand.
Don't push your luck, knucklehead.
What were you doing to the body, Ferdinand?
Are you sure you won't be upset?
Try me, Ferdinand.
I was kissing her. It's not against the law.
Shut up.
There's no
Take
law
your
against
beating
it.
like a man.
Turn out your pockets, Ferdinand. Classic Carmine. Is this yours, Ferdinand?
No. I found it near her purse. I thought she could use some lipstick.
Rusty, stop! Don't hit him.
Это странно.
You went through her purse?
It wasn't like she needed it. I took a look.
Did you take any money?
Wasn't any to take. I found her lipstick and her matchbook over on the mat. Not much else.
You found the body?
Yes, I did. I work here. I was coming off shift and headed home.
Why didn't you report the body, Jameson? Do you know how this is going to look to a jury?
A jury? What gives? I could tell that she was dead. I came through here about midnight last night. She wasn't here then.
Let me belt him again.
You're under arrest, Jameson. We'll see how this plays out. Until then, you can think a little on how you'd like to be treated if you were found dead.
I'm telling you, it's not illegal. Me and some friends of mine...
Clyde, you get this sack of shit into a cell. I'll deal with him later.
Sure, Rusty.
Бля, ну не знаю, типа чувак как бы очевидно ничего плохого не сделал. Там вот телефон. Блин, жесть, у них тут телефонов на самом деле до хера.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address on Levine's Liquor. Closest store to the Santa Fe Avenue rail yard, if possible.
Just a moment, Detective. Closest store would be the one at 939 South Hope Street.
Thanks.
Это все, что ли? Серьезно?
You can drive. And where exactly are we going?
Go бар сначала.
It reads that those goddamn Chinese want to sell the relief food that we're sending them.
Yeah, I read about that.
These people are starving. They can't do that.
Want to sell the food to fund the civil war against the communists.
Really? Guess that's okay then.
Armies can't fight without food. Spend all your money on weapons, but you still have to have the will to fight. Fortunately, the Reds will win in China.
Watch your mouth. You know what you're saying?
The people of this country overthrew a king. You think the Chinese will balk at an emperor if they are starving?
Drink, fellas.
Phelps, Galloway, homicide. We need to ask you some questions concerning Evelyn Summers.
I'm Walter Mensch. Evelyn Summers? What is it now?
You knew Evelyn?
As well as I wanted to know Evelyn. She's a pain in the ass, always coming in here, cadging drinks, never had any money. She was in just a couple of nights ago.
Did she ever tell you where she was staying?
I don't know. I think she was living rough. She had that kind of stunk about her.
Who did she drink with?
A bunch of these guys. Ask around.
What's your name?
Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Mind if I ask you some questions, Mr. McCaffrey?
I'm just a starving writer, Detective. What do you want to ask about?
Evelyn Summers, and why she was found beaten and strangled in the rail depot on Santa Fe.
Okay. I see your point.
How well did you know her?
I can't say that I knew her. It was more like I was aware of her.
Блин, чувак, кстати, какой-то прям интересный.
Did you see Evelyn last night?
No, I was at home, writing.
Не работал, а писал он.
Do you want to get dragged into this, McCaffrey? Do you want us to get interested in you?
She hung out with this powder puff, James Tiernan. They haunted the public library together.
How well do you know James Tiernan?
I know he works some kind of plebeian job at Rawlings Bowling.
Блин, надо новый стул, короче, заказать.
Rawlings. I know that place. Corner of 9th and Grand.
Жесть.
A lot of cops bowl there on Tuesday nights.
Do you have a criminal record, Mr. McCaffrey?
Nothing serious. I've had a few skirmishes.
You want to save me some time, or do you want me to look up your file?
Industrial disputes, strikes, workers' rights, that kind of thing.
A regular fifth columnist. Nice to meet you, comrade.
Товарищ.
Thank you for the information, Mr. McCaffrey.
Ну все. Бля, может выпить закажем?
You a friend of Evelyn Summers?
Who's asking?
Very cute. You know who's asking.
I know my rights. You don't have any. Answer the question.
Evelyn mooches for drinks. I don't have any time for that.
Was that so hard?
Keep writing me, copper.
Погнали дальше. Короче, бомжовка, которая клянчит деньги, прям как я.
Fine. Where are we headed?
Давайте в винный магаз отправимся.
What did you make of McCaffrey?
There'll come a day, and it's coming very soon. We'll run him and the rest of his pinko buddies out of Los Angeles.
I meant as a suspect, Rusty.
What can I do for you?
LAPD, Phelps and Galloway. We're making inquiries into the murder of Evelyn Summers.
Evelyn? She's dead?
You knew Evelyn Summers, Mr.
Robbins. Yes, I knew Evelyn. I was a good friend of her ex-husband. She kept some of her stuff here.
Can you show us, please?
Sure. Come this way.
You got some fine stock here, Mr. Robbins. Well, you let us take some for the road, this case might get solved a lot quicker.
He's joking, Mr. Robbins. Evelyn was reading Aristotle?
Evelyn wasn't stupid. The only stupid thing about her was her need to drink.
Бля, погодите. Внимательно.
And she was borrowing books from Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Прямо Кефри, я уже слышал эту фамилию, кажись.
She wasn't always such a loner.
Бля.
Rawlings bowling alley. Maybe Evelyn did something other than drink in her spare time. I'm guessing Evelyn hadn't held down a job for quite some time before she was killed.
When exactly did Evelyn work in the pictures? A few years ago. She worked in legal copyrights for music.
Так, ну что, это и все смотрел?
We're trying to account for Evelyn's movements yesterday.
She came by in the morning.
A social visit? To pick up some of her things?
She had a couple of bucks and bought a quart of rye.
Any idea where the money came from?
She didn't mention it, but she did say the booze was a present for a boy. She said they had been fighting and she had to make it up to him.
Were you and Evelyn close, Mr. Robbins?
Many people will be sad she's gone. I'll be one of the few.
We got the impression that Evelyn had been sleeping rough of late.
It became difficult for me to have her staying here. Her mother was trying to get her back on the straight and narrow. She's old now. And to be honest, you have to have a good reason to want to get back on it.
Do you know a friend of Evelyn's by the name of McCaffrey?
Not personally.
We're struggling for leads, Robbins. Did she know McCaffrey?
She idolized him. From what I gather, the feeling was far from mutual. He seems to peddle a revolutionary stance, fixing the ills of society. You could see how it would appeal to down-and-outs like Evelyn.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Robbins.
No problem. Hey, I'd like to make arrangements for the funeral. You think I could get in touch with Evelyn's mother?
Put in a call to the watch commander at Central Station, Mr. Robbins. He'll be trying to reach the next of kin.
Thanks. Get the guy, huh? Evelyn never hurt anybody.
Странно. А чё, куда дальше-то ехать?
Hey, wait a minute, what's the idea? Dolly, the folks here today were very nice to us, weren't they? Yeah, they were really super. And so was Jane Wyman. Yes. Hey, do you know who's going to be with us next week? Oh, who? Richard Widmark. You know the fellow who played that medicine gangster in the motion picture Sick of Death? Wow. I bet it's time to raise and make some pop.
You know the way. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
Car 11K, car 11K, come in. Car 11K, car 11K, KGPL.
11 King.
A message from Captain Donnelly. Return to Central. Go to
11 King, en route. Let's not keep the man waiting, Phelps.
Need a drink. I got the jitters again.
Captain is downstairs with Ray Pinker and Carruthers.
1947.
Где внизу, я что-то забыл. А, видимо, наш напарник знает, куда идти. Блин, я вот так полежу.
I saw his picture in the paper. He worked that case with the lady that got cut up, like the Dahlia.
I was door knocking all morning, but I got a make on the car in the end.
What's this about, Captain?
Ray and Mal have some concerns over the Henry and Muller cases, which I don't want aired outside of this room.
The evidence is solid, Captain.
I agree, Rusty. It's just that corpses keep piling up.
Copycats.
I've been banging the same drum. But the notes and the lipstick messages.
Evelyn Summers, Cartel Classic Carmine. Each woman, same brand, same color.
Teresa Terrelson didn't have a lipstick message.
Technically, you're right, Rusty. She didn't have any lipstick, but she did have a message. We found it beneath her dress, scraped with a sharp stick.
What did it say?
You sure you want to know, Ray?
As far as we can be sure, it said cunt BD.
That's one way of looking at it.
Looking at what?
Cunt is all about access, Phelps. You're married, so yours is mortgaged. Some of us like to pay by installments. This guy doesn't like to pay at all.
Why are you so angry, Mal?
Because I just had to fire one of my assistants. He was a friend of Jameson's. God knows what he might have been up to.
Captain, we have good leads in the Summers case, but it's up to you to decide how we proceed.
Keep this under your hat for now. And to follow up on Evelyn Summers, I want daily reports.
Got our orders. Back to the Summers case. Get an address for McCaffrey. He'll have blown the bar. I'll meet you outside.
That bum took a swipe at me. I put him down with my sack.
Ah, one of these days.
Серьезно, звонить по телефону?
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address for a Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Grosvenor McCaffrey. Apartment 6, 126 Yale Street, between Ord and Alpine.
Thanks for your help.
Wow, that looks like a beauty. You gotta be kidding. I could save all year and never afford that.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Бля, куда ехать?
Fine. Where are we headed?
Не поверите, чуваки.
No mustard for me, thanks, mister.
Ну ладно. Поехали сюда. Мне, если честно,
Let me pose a question. Depends. What you got to do with it? Morals. Would it bother you to put the wrong person away? Depends. On what?
On whether anyone except the poor son of a bitch in the Slam River found out.
Я просто пытаюсь понять, что мы вообще делаем.
McCaffrey is in apartment 6.
Два, ты где? Номер 3. Понял. Второй этаж, значит. Где-то тут. 7. 8.
Doesn't look like anybody's home.
double shame. Means there's nobody to let us in. You want to do the honors, Phelps?
Понял. Но это как-то слишком, опять же, врываться. Ух ты.
He said he was at home. He said he didn't know her. And we have the book.
Let's see Carruthers argue his way out of this one.
Is that you, Grosvenor? Who are you guys? What are you doing in here?
We're from the LAPD, ma'am. Do you know where we might find McCaffrey?
I'm his neighbor. Is he in trouble?
Look, lady, we need to find him, and in a hurry. Are you going to give me trouble?
He has a pigeon coop up on the roof. He spends his mornings up there when he's been drinking.
How do we get up there?
Down the hall and up the stairs.
Drunk and in command of a carrier pigeon. Surely we can write him up for that. A citation, at least.
Не знаю, бля, какой вообще идиот. Ну, типа, ну, с другой стороны, если он тоже набухался. Как черт полнейший.
There's the guy. I heard he's an honest cop. There's an oxymoron for you.
Кто, блядь?
Grosvenor McCaffrey! Running on a hangover, McCaffrey? Sit down and we'll talk.
Son of a bitch. I'll go get our wheels.
Бля.
Be careful. He looks dangerous.
You a runner, McCaffrey? Stay and fight the good fight. Give it up, LAPD! McCaffrey, you're under arrest on suspicion of murdering Evelyn Summers.
Слушайте, в таком костюме нашему персонажу бегать явно не особо удобно. Единственное, что я могу сказать. Блять, ну... Бля, ну погнали в боулинг. А, ну я поведу, ну ладно, конечно.
Suspicious activity, 111 South Alameda. Stand by for further. Ready, Central Unit.
Ну, сейчас узнаем, что тут происходит. И, наверное, прервемся на чай. Я прервусь на чай.
Hello, Rusty. Two on your usual lane?
I'm Detective Phelps. Homicide.
You must be new. What's your shoe size?
This is business, Florence. You got a guy works here by the name of Tiernan?
Sure we do. He's a pin setter. Clears the jams, works the gutters. Go right in. He'll be hopping around the lanes toward the back. He's a nice boy.
Thanks, ma'am. Let's go get him.
Блять, о чем побежал? Что это за дела, вы видели?
Tiernan! LAPD! There!
Ля, какая тачка. Как будто это машина Бонда.
What are you waiting for? Get after him!
We might go faster if we weren't carrying the extra weight. These are flashy cars to be parked outside a bowling alley.
The lanes attract a fast-living individual with money to burn, Cole.
Or a middle-aged individual with the need to feel virile.
Phelps, you gotta get me closer! Another runner. At least we've got a suspect.
Why do they always run? I'm sure we've got the wrong person in more than one of these homicides, but they always seem to lam it.
You know, your theories are not airtight by any means.
Hit it! Clean this asshole off the road.
If this isn't the killer, we can at least get him for reckless endangerment.
That's unless he runs into a wall and saves us all the trouble. Come on, Phelps, you're losing that little week. Whoa, looks like we're going into the tunnels.
God damn it, he'll kill himself.
It's all right, as long as he doesn't kill us, I'm okay with it. Oh my God, this kid's crazy. He's gonna kill us. That's the end of that. About fucking time.
Козлина.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Нас поезд сбил все-таки. Блин, нахуя он убегал? У меня вопрос. Нахуя они все убегают?
We need to get downtown and wrap this thing up. It's got to be McCaffrey. Unless Tiernan set him up. Don't think that asshole Jameson could have done it, do you? Whoever did it. Unless it wasn't that Dahlia fuck.
How do you know that McCaffrey didn't do the Dahlia?
We have a list of over 200 suspects. His name was never on it.
If you think the list is exhaustive, Rusty, who am I to argue?
Listen, let's just work the case at hand, shall we? Then we can sit down and put all the puzzle pieces together at a later date.
I'll hold you to that.
Блин, забавно, что Орхидея типа постоянно подкидывает всем там улики, все это вот. При этом женщин не бьет, просто пишет на них что-то, жестко разъебывает, их там ногой топчет. Конечно, неприятно, но непонятно одновременно с этим многое.
You sure you can make it stick with one of these suspects, Jeff?
It's either McCaffrey or Tiernan, sir. I think Jameson is an aberration.
All right. I'll deal with that degraded lunatic myself. He's got some fearful retribution coming. Tiernan isn't one, McCaffrey isn't two. I want a confession from one of them. Don't fail me, young Phelps.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
Кто в первый, погодите.
Mouthpiece court
Давай
stood off me
сначала
at the
того-то
grand
делать.
jury. Case was thrown out. Now the DA wants
Чё убегал?
I don't care.
Why did you run?
Бля, реально вопрос.
I was the last one to see Evelyn that night. I knew you would think it was me.
Can you describe your relationship with Evelyn?
I barely knew Evelyn.
Ну это ложь.
Keep lying to me and I'll have you charged and in front of a grand jury before your feet touch the ground.
How can you possibly prove Evelyn and I were more than friends?
Бля, не поверите, чуваки. У меня чьих-то показаний нет.
You should let me go now. I've done nothing.
You're off the hook. For now.
No, don't go! We both want the truth here.
Ну-ка, погоди. Ну-ка тогда с другим хуем поговорим. Каких-то... Мне реально не хватает никаких показаний. Ты еще кто,
You ready to
блядь?
answer some questions?
You think I have all the answers?
People who run from the police usually have something to hide.
Touché, detective. Let's see where this takes us.
Чё, блядь?
Evelyn died sometime around midnight. Remind me, where were you?
I was at home, writing. I'm working on a manuscript.
You're lying, McCaffrey. You were out at the rail yard.
And what do you have that proves I was there? You're going to have to do better than that, detective.
You told us you barely knew Evelyn Summers.
She hung around sometimes. I had very little to do with her.
Так, ну это пока самое
You
сложное
have to do better
дело.
than that, Grosvenor. We know about you and Evelyn.
Evelyn was a lush and a boring one at that. You can't link her to me.
We know that you thought enough of her to loan out your copy of the Metaphysics.
I what? I did no such thing. That bitch stole that book from my apartment. The impudent fucking moron.
And that made you angry?
Angry? I was livid. Looking up at me with that stupid face of hers, begging me to forgive her. Aha. Very good. That's one to you, detective.
It's either going to be you or Tiernan, Grosvenor.
Make it stick, detective. The party has good lawyers.
Бля, я не понимаю.
Try hiring a lawyer. I saved a whole year for that car.
А, я у него, блядь, не нашел письмо.
What are we waiting for?
Ёбаный стыд. Чуваки, я нихуя не сделал. Мне каких-то улик не хватает.
You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
Да. Блять, вторую часть письма. Одна часть письма-то у меня есть, а второй нет. Соответственно, тут нету никаких улик. Это у этого хуя. Связь с жертвой.
Can you describe your relationship with Evelyn?
I barely knew Evelyn.
Keep lying to me and I'll have you charged and in front of a grand jury before your feet touch the ground.
How can you possibly prove Evelyn and I were more than friends?
You trying to put me down? Can you identify the man in this picture? I ain't talking to you. Can you bring me the file?
It's nothing personal. I'm just doing my job. You understand that?
Is interview too free?
Aristotle's Metaphysics, the book that belonged to McCaffrey.
McCaffrey saw her looking at it once and laughed in her face.
And you're saying Evelyn stole it?
She wanted something of his.
We either hang this on you or McCaffrey. You better give us something.
Well, McCaffrey's been in trouble with the law before. I mean, he always makes out it was some kind of labor dispute, but, you know, I'm not so sure.
You and Evelyn were drinking together last night, and she had no other place to stay.
I don't know what happened last night. I don't remember.
You're lying, Tiernan. You'd been fighting with her. You fought, and...
I'm not lying! She got up and left, that was it!
She left, but she came back. She bought you a quart of whiskey to make it up to you. She told the liquor store owner. You're in deep trouble, buddy.
She said she loved me. She wanted to care for me. But she would never stop talking about McCaffrey. McCaffrey was a writer, and McCaffrey was a hero. McCaffrey cared for the little guy.
Did you kill her, Tiernan?
I might as well have. I kicked her out. She had nowhere to go.
Do you own a car, Tiernan?
No, I don't.
Have access to a lug wrench?
Well, we use a lot of them to clear jams in the pin setting machines.
Coroner's report says that Evelyn was killed with a wrench. I think you did it and then planted the evidence at McCaffrey's apartment for us to find.
We went to his apartment. McCaffrey was up on the roof. Evelyn stole the book. McCaffrey went crazy when he found out. He said he would put her out of her misery. He can be very cruel.
Блять, ну и пизда, конечно.
No, don't go! We both want the truth here.
Ну-ка, погоди.
There's the guy. I heard he's an honest cop. There's an oxymoron for you.
I need a drink. I got the goddamn things again.
Так.
We found the lug wrench that Evelyn was battered with in your apartment, and the note from her mother, and your blood-stained clothing. We have you cold, McCaffrey.
You think if I could be bothered to murder Evelyn Summers, I would be stupid enough to leave the evidence in my apartment?
I don't believe you, Grosvenor. The evidence says that you killed her.
You can prove that I wanted to kill Evelyn?
Ну, обвинение получили мы только что.
Tiernan is prepared to testify that you threatened Evelyn's life in his presence.
Self-preservation. That's understandable. Okay, I'll level with you. Tiernan killed Evelyn. He came to me for help. I listened to him, and he explained why he did it.
Tiernan went to you for help. You expect me to buy that?
That's how it went down. I told him he made a terrible mistake, but he would be throwing his life away if he went to the cops. I took his things and told him I would dispose of them.
But you didn't.
Speak to Tiernan. He'll give it up.
Блять, в это сложно нахуй поверить, чуваки. Что до этого кто-то может допереть. Я потерялся в участке. Всего через 3 секунды после того, как все всех обвиняют. Ёбаный рот. Но у меня нету, да, улики последний контакт с жертвой. Есть только обвинение.
Can you describe your relationship with Evelyn?
I barely knew Evelyn.
Ну, очевидно, что это ложь, но как мне можно подогнать эту ложь?
So Evelyn passed out, and you walked out. What happened next?
I woke up in the morning, very hungover. I thought Evelyn would have come back.
I know you're lying, James. You went out looking for her. Tell me what really happened.
I don't know what you're talking about. How can you say I wasn't in that hotel room?
You trying to take me down? No way.
You wound up at McCaffrey's. You were still incredibly drunk. You passed out on his floor. It's time to tell me what really happened.
McCaffrey woke me up the next morning, and he showed me the lug wrench and the letter and the box, and he said I came in with him last night. He said that I killed Evelyn, and that it was all over the radio, and that he would protect me. And I don't know, detective, for the life of me, I can't remember a goddamn thing. I was angry with her. Really angry. I could have done it. Was it me?
Блять, да хуй знает. Он же может тоже наебать.
You bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
I want to make homicide. You know you made it if you get that guy.
Find another fall guy, detective. I'm done.
Блять.
Canary says he'll sing, but only if I guarantee he'll walk.
Hey, Cole, let's get moving.
Короче, у меня проблемы, и я заруинил эту миссию. Походу, это он убил, но я его не могу обвинить, потому что мне не хватает одной улики, это письмо, и я типа неправильно что-то сказал.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
I thought it would be nice to have this dog move into our new apartment.
We'll have a year to go on this one.
Our lease expired Friday. I canceled it this morning. Amos is raffling off the apartment for me.
Good idea. Amos is what?
Amos sold 500 tickets at $2 a piece, and the winner moves into our apartment tomorrow.
Oh, thanks, no. No, I don't believe it. We'll be on the street.
Amos said he'll find some place in a Tuesday.
Jeffrey, haven't you heard of the housing shortage? Where will he find a place?
Well, I bought a ticket myself. It's a wonderful kit. Lovely 3-room apartment, large kitchen, big...
Ладно, похуй.
I want to make homicide. You know you made it. Get that desk.
James Tiernan, I'm charging you with the murder of Evelyn Summers. I believe you didn't know what you were doing. I'll speak to the DA on your behalf. That's the best I can do for you now.
Все. Ну, обвинили невиновного и насрать. В тюрьму его. Все потому, что я проебал какую-то улику.
I'm going to assume that you both have very good excuses for what happened to my station today. You had a perfectly good candidate for a capital case, and somehow managed to choose a weak-willed sub-sister, while the murderous Red walks scot-free. I'm happy.
Блять. Бля, можно как-то переэтовать? Я хочу коммуняку убийцу посадить. Блин, ну мне бы типа заново переиграть эту главу, я типа согласен. То, что я не посмотрел на тумбочки нихуя. И все из-за этого заруинилось. Нет.
Phelps, there's a crime happening somewhere. Go find it.
I was door knocking all morning, but I gotta make it in the car in the end.
Ну-ка, погодите, может быть я... Все, понял. Ща посмотрим, на какой мы стадии, если что, до его хаты доедем. Может, тут типа нихуя не засейвилось.
Railroad someone else. I'm not saying anything.
Блять, ну ладно. Я хочу посадить убийцу в данном раскладе. Бля, ошибка, конечно, тупая, но ничего страшного. Ко, наверное, переиграем после того, как я чай еще попью. Так, кстати, небольшой перерыв, чтобы я перестал гореть, а то что-то анус пылает. Пойду быстренько водички в который заварю чайный пакетик. Короче, быстро все сделаю. Ща буду. Так, я тут.
Of course we will look into it. Yes, I'm aware that it's an election year. Keep a hold of your hat, Counselor. Now is not the time to lose your nerve. It would appear that someone has hocked a rose gold wedding ring and matching engagement ring. Sound familiar?
Deirdre Muller.
Press the pawnbroker and see what you can find out. The address is 348 South Main Street. The Muller case goes before the grand jury next week, and the DA does not want any egg on his face. Then get out to the railroad depot on Santa Fe Avenue. We have another poor unfortunate found this morning beside a railroad line. 40-year-old white woman.
Right, Skipper.
Is he in some kind of trouble? I didn't come to California.
Another body.
Второй раз будем максимально быстро еще проходить, пропускать все поездки.
The Emperor may soon have to come to terms with the fact that he's wearing no clothes.
Максимально быстро. Блять.
Is that what your old man paid college tuition for?
Can you drive to this one?
Fine. Where are we headed?
You've got to admit, this is looking odd.
Anyone could pawn a ring.
But if you take it along with all of the other indicators...
Cole, Hugo Moeller was identified by the school's groundkeeper. He's our guy.
Witnesses have fingered the wrong guy before.
He ran, for God's sake.
And he always maintained he was set up.
Всех подставили. И это круто.
How can I help you boys?
All right, we're rolling. Out to the rail depot.
Detectives Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. You have a rose gold wedding and engagement ring?
David Bremner. Am I gonna get something for this pledge? Gave that bum money, now you guys are gonna leave me short.
How much did you give him?
$50.
Try another number.
20?
Try 10. Feel lucky you're getting it.
I have the rings right here.
Мне все-таки реально кажется то, что мы их не берем. Просто смотрим.
What's this mark here?
Maker's mark. Usually traceable. That one came from Hartfield's Jewelry down on Broadway.
Thanks for the tip. Does this mark mean anything?
Hallmark. Gives you an idea of the quality.
What have you got on the guy who brought these in?
Goes by the name of Percy B. Shelley. Gave an address. 15 Poland Street, London, Tulare County.
Can you give us a description of the man who pawned these rings?
Not sure. Medium height, medium build. Dark hair, I think. Sorry. He just had one of those forgettable faces.
We'll be in touch, Mr. Bremner.
Ну, смотрите, типа кольца тут лежат. А, он их подобрал. Понял. Бля, я в прошлый раз не заметил.
You're behind the wheel.
And where exactly are we going?
We have a problem.
We could have the local troopers check out the Tulare County address.
The address is bogus. Herb is having fun with us. The guy who's been sending the Dahlia letters is also the guy who pawned these rings.
How do you figure that one?
Percy Bysshe Shelley wrote the poem that came with the Dahlia letter. The Dahlia letters are genuine. And the man who killed Elizabeth Short may have also killed Deirdre Muller.
And how do we prove that, Phelps? Skipper ain't gonna like this one bit.
We're gonna have to rely on this guy tripping up on his own vanity.
You boys ready? Follow me.
We should keep this development with the rings under our hat until we speak to the captain.
We're all on the same team, Rusty.
Chain of command, Phelps. The skipper will decide who needs to know. You got it?
I get it, Rusty. I just don't like it.
Забавно, как когда второй раз проходишь.
Hard, isn't it?
Yeah. I look after all the rail depots.
What have you got?
The Negro, Nelson Gaines, called it in. I came down here to make sure him and the other guy, Jameson, stuck around.
Jameson found the body?
Something like that. Guy makes me sick.
We'll talk to the coroner. Keep an eye on both of them. What have we got here?
White female, approximately 40 years of age, lipstick smudges on the face, but no writing, at least nothing legible. A blunt force trauma to the temple, nose, and eye regions. Ligature marks point to the probable cause of death being strangulation.
Any idea of the time of death?
From her temperature, after midnight would be my guess.
Smell?
Very good. There is the usual evacuation smell, but it appears she's been living rough for quite some time.
Very strong smell of alcohol.
Well, the autopsy will tell, but I would assume that she was inebriated.
Another missing ring.
Certainly seems I've been swabbing a lot of bare fingers recently.
Can you be more exact about the time of death?
No later than 2 a.m. The state the body was in, a 1 or 2 hour window is the best I can do.
Блять, вот это письмо, чуваки, заруинило мне. Блять, я второй раз взял. Ну, пожалуйста.
We could go over to the lot and see what they know about her.
That's going to be difficult, Cole. Keystone Studio lot closed back in 41.
Maybe someone at Mensch's will remember her. This is a chit for personal items, not booze. It's an angle worth investigating. Detective Phelps and Galloway, homicide. Can you tell me exactly what happened?
We were shutting cars over to the main line when I saw this man here lying on top of this woman. The woman wasn't moving and seemed to be in a bad way.
What time was this?
About 7:30 this morning, sir.
Thanks for your help. Have you given Patrolman Hart your details?
I have, sir.
Thank you. You can go now.
Блять, я только ща понял.
Detective Phelps, LAPD homicide.
John Ferdinand Jameson.
We need you to answer some questions, John.
If you don't mind, I prefer Ferdinand.
Don't push your luck, knucklehead.
What were you doing to the body, Ferdinand?
Are you sure you won't be upset?
Try me, Ferdinand.
I was kissing her. It's not against the law.
Shut up.
There's no
Take
law
your
against
beating
it.
like a man.
Turn out your pockets, Ferdinand.
this yours, Ferdinand?
No. I found it near her purse. I thought she could use some lipstick.
Rusty, stop! Don't hit him. You went through her purse?
It wasn't like she needed it. I took a look.
Did you take any money?
Wasn't any to take. I found her lipstick and her matchbook over on the mat. Not much else.
You found the body?
Yes, I did. I work here. I was coming off shift and headed home.
Why didn't you report the body, Jameson? Do you know how this is going to look to a jury?
A jury? What gives? I could tell that she was dead. I came through here about midnight last night. She wasn't here then.
Let me belt him again.
You're under arrest, Jameson. We'll see how this plays out. Until then, you can think a little on how you'd like to be treated if you were found dead.
I'm telling you, it's not illegal. Me and some friends of mine...
Clyde, you get this sack of shit into a cell. I'll deal with him later.
Sure, Rusty.
На самом деле не знаю, что он его избивает.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address on Levine's Liquor. Closest store to the Santa Fe Avenue rail yard, if possible.
Just a moment, Detective. Closest store would be the one at 939 South Hope Street.
Thank you. You know the way. You can drive.
Fine. Where are we headed?
Блин, все-таки реально странно.
You read that those goddamn Chinese want to sell the relief food that we're sending them?
Yeah. Yeah, I read about that.
These people are starving. They can't do that.
Want to sell the food to fund the civil war against the communists.
Really? Guess that's okay then.
Armies can't fight without food. Spend all your money on weapons, but you still have to have the will to fight. Fortunately, the Reds will win in China.
Watch your mouth. You know what you're saying?
The people of this country overthrew a king. You think the Chinese will balk at an emperor if they are starving?
Но в Китае ведь вправду победил коммунизм.
Drink, fellas.
Phelps, Galloway, homicide. We need to ask you some questions concerning Evelyn Summers.
I'm Walter Mensch. Evelyn Summers? What is it now?
You knew Evelyn?
As well as I wanted to know Evelyn. She's a pain in the ass, always coming in here, cadging drinks, never had any money. She was in just a couple of nights ago.
Did she ever tell you where she was staying?
I don't know. I think she was living rough. She had that kind of stunk about her.
Who did she drink with?
A bunch of these
Все-таки
guys.
странные
Ask around.
конфеты.
What's your name?
Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Mind if I ask you some questions, Mr. McCaffrey?
I'm just a starving writer, Detective. What do you want to ask about?
Evelyn Summers, and why she was found beaten and strangled in the rail depot on Santa Fe.
Okay. I see your point.
How well did you know her?
I can't say that I knew her. It was more like I was aware of her.
Did you see Evelyn last night?
No, I was at home, writing.
Do you want to get dragged into this, McCaffrey? Do you want us to get interested in you?
She hung out with this powder puff, James Tiernan. They haunted the public library together.
How well do you know James Tiernan?
I know he works some kind of plebeian job at Rawlings Bowling Alley.
Rawlings. I know that place. Corner of 9th and Grand. A lot of cops bowl there on Tuesday nights.
Do you have a criminal record, Mr. McCaffrey?
Nothing serious. I've had a few skirmishes.
Do you want to save me some time, or do you want me to look up your file?
Industrial disputes, strikes, workers' rights, that kind of thing.
A regular fifth columnist. Nice to meet you, comrade.
Thank you for the information, Mr. McCaffrey. Can you drive to this one?
And where exactly are we going?
Понял.
You a friend of Evelyn Summers?
Who's asking?
Very cute. You know who's asking.
I know my rights.
You don't have any. Answer the question.
Evelyn mooches for drinks. I don't have any time for that.
Was that so hard?
Keep writing me, copper.
Класс.
You drive. I need to go over
Ладно,
the case
я не
notes.
знаю. Тогда что не...
Fine. Where are we headed?
What did you make of McCaffrey?
There'll come a day, and it's coming very soon. We'll run him and the rest of his pinko buddies out of Los Angeles.
I meant as a suspect, Rusty.
Блин, а почему он решил то, что он типа красный? Типа коммунист. Не очень понимаю. Он был похож наоборот не на коммуниста.
What can I do for you?
LAPD, Phelps and Galloway. We're making inquiries into the murder of Evelyn Summers.
Evelyn? She's dead?
You knew Evelyn Summers, Mr.
Robbins. Yes, I knew Evelyn. I was a good friend of her ex-husband. She kept some of her stuff here.
Can you show us, please?
Sure. Come this way.
You got some fine stock here, Mr. Robbins. Now, you let us take some for the road, this case might get solved a lot quicker.
He's joking, Mr. Robbins. I'm guessing Evelyn hadn't held down a job for quite some time before she was killed. Rawlings bowling alley. Maybe Evelyn did something other than drink in her spare time.
When exactly did Evelyn work in the pictures? A few years ago. She worked in legal copyrights for music.
Evelyn was reading Aristotle?
Evelyn wasn't stupid. The only stupid thing about her was her need to drink.
And she was borrowing books from Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Нихуя себе отражение, чуваки.
We're trying to account for Evelyn's movements yesterday.
She came by in the morning.
A social visit? To pick up some of her things?
She had a couple of bucks and bought a quart of rye.
Any idea where the money came from?
She didn't mention it. But But she did say the booze was a present for a boy. She said they had been fighting and she had to make it up to him.
Were you and Evelyn close, Mr. Robbins?
Not many people will be sad she's gone. I'll be one of the few.
I got the impression that Evelyn had been sleeping rough of late.
It became difficult for me to have her staying here. Her mother was trying to get her back on the straight and narrow. She's old now. And to be honest, you have to have a good reason to want to get back on.
Do you know a friend of Evelyn's by the name of McCaffrey?
Not personally.
We're struggling for leads, Robbins. Did she know McCaffrey?
She idolized him. From what I gather, the feeling was far from mutual. He seems to peddle a revolutionary stance, fixing the ills of society. You could see how it would appeal to down-and-outs like Evelyn.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Robbins.
No problem. Hey, I'd like to make arrangements for the funeral. You think I could get in touch with Evelyn's mother?
Put in a call to the watch commander at Central Station, Mr. Robbins. He'll be trying to reach the next of kin.
Thanks. Get the guy, huh? Evelyn never hurt anybody.
You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
Car 11K, car 11K, come in. Car 11K, car 11 King, KGPL.
11 King.
A message from Captain Donnelly, return to Central, code 2.
11 King, en route. Let's not keep the man waiting, Phelps.
Find the goddamn evidence.
The captain is downstairs with Ray Pinker and Carruthers.
I didn't come to California to be a secretary.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to put him down to 1 round.
Will you look at this clown?
What's this about, Captain?
Ray and Mal have some concerns over the Henry and Muller cases, which I don't want aired outside of this room.
The evidence is solid, Captain.
I agree, Rusty. It's just that corpses keep piling up.
Copycats.
I've been banging the same drum. But the notes and the lipstick messages.
Evelyn Summers, Cartel Classic Carmine. Each woman, same brand, same color.
Teresa Terrelson didn't have a lipstick message.
Technically, you're right, Rusty. She didn't have any lipstick. But she did have a message. We found it beneath her dress, scraped with a sharp stick.
What did it say?
You sure you want to know?
Ray?
As far as we can be sure, it said cunt BD.
That's one way of looking at it.
Looking at what?
Cunt is all about access, Phelps. You're married, so yours is mortgaged. Some of us like to pay by installments. This guy doesn't like to pay at all.
Why are you so angry, Mal?
Because I just had to fire one of my assistants. He was a friend of Jameson's. God knows what he might have been up to.
Captain, we have good leads in the Summers case, but it's up to you to decide how we proceed.
Keep this under your hat for now. And to follow up on Evelyn Summers, I want daily reports.
Hey, I gave his wife a tap. I said,
We got our orders. Back to the Summers case. Get an address for McCaffrey. He'll have blown the bar. I'll meet you outside.
Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address for a Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Grosvenor McCaffrey. Apartment 6, 126 Yale Street, between Ord and Alpine.
Thanks, ma'am. You're behind the wheel.
Fine. Where are we headed?
Let me pose a question.
Depends. What you got to do with it?
Morals. Would it bother you to put the wrong person away?
Depends.
On what?
On whether anyone except the poor son of a bitch in the Slammer ever found out.
Блин, вот второй раз услышал ту же фразу и задумался. Вот в прошлый раз я отправил реально невиновного и захотел переиграть, потому что мне даже стало стыдно перед персонажем компьютерным. Но ведь вполне реально, что человек просто забьет хуй.
Doesn't look like anybody's home.
Вот, видите, это половина письма, которое все изруинило.
Torn from the letter we found beside the body. At the very least, I'd say it ties McCaffrey to the scene. He said he was at home. He said he didn't know her. And we have the book.
Let's see Carruthers argue his way out of this one.
Is that you, Grosvenor? Who are you guys? What are you doing in here?
We're from the LAPD, ma'am. Do you know where we might find McCaffrey?
I'm his neighbor. Is he in trouble?
Look, lady, we need to find him, and in a hurry. Are you going to give me trouble?
He has a pigeon coop up on the roof. He spends his mornings up there when he's been drinking.
How do we get up there?
Down the hall and up the stairs.
Drunk and in command of a carrier pigeon. Surely we can write him up for that. A citation, at least.
Не, ну в этот раз я все нашел, ведь так? Не знаю, почему он так, типа, вообще мог взъесться насчет книги, которую в прошлый раз этот чел был в красной рубахе.
Grosvenor McCaffrey! Running on a hangover, McCaffrey? Sit down and we'll talk.
I'll go get our wheels.
Блять, чего?
You a runner, McCaffrey? Stay and fight the good fight. There he is, officer!
Блин, мне кажется, пора ускоряться.
Give it up, LAPD! McCaffrey, You're under arrest on suspicion of murdering Evelyn Summers. Can you drive to this one?
And where exactly are we going?
Блин, ну я еще, видите, час дополнительный проебал, чтобы заново перерасследовать дело.
Hello, Rusty. Two on your usual lane?
I'm Detective Phelps. Homicide.
You must be new. What's your shoe size?
This is business, Florence. You got a guy works here by the name of Tiernan?
Sure we do. He's a pin setter. Clears the jams, works the gutters. Go right in. He'll be hopping around the lanes toward the back. He's a nice boy.
Thanks, ma'am. Let's go get him. Tiernan! LAPD! There!
What are you waiting for? Get after him!
We might go faster if we weren't carrying the extra weight. These are flashy cars to be parked outside a bowling alley.
The lanes attract a fast-living individual with money to burn.
Or a middle-aged individual with the need to feel virile.
I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck.
Another runner. Well, at least we've got a suspect.
Why do they always run? I'm sure we've got the wrong person in more than one of these homicides, but they always seem to land us.
You know, your theories are not airtight.
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
If this isn't the killer, we can at least get him for reckless endangerment.
That's unless he runs into a wall and saves us all the trouble.
Hit him, Cole. Spit him out.
He's going through the square.
I hope the people see him in time to get out of the way.
Now is not the time to play around, Phelps.
What if they run because someone's setting them up? Because they feel like the deck is stacked against them?
Don't make up ridiculous stories for them, detective. Leave that to the perp's imagination. That is the end of that. About fucking time. Whoa, looks like we're going into the tunnels.
God damn it, he'll kill himself.
It's all right, as long as he doesn't kill us, I'm okay with it.
I can't believe this is happening.
Show me your hands.
Мне кажется, он его застрелил вообще. Так, ну в этот раз я не проебался, надеюсь.
It's got to be McCaffrey. Unless Tiernan set him up. You don't think that asshole Jameson could have done it, do you? Whoever did it. So it wasn't that Dahlia fuck.
How do you know that McCaffrey didn't do the Dahlia?
We have a list of over 200 suspects. His name was never on it.
If you think the list is exhaustive, Rusty, who am I to argue?
Listen, let's just work the case at hand, shall we? Then we can sit down and put all the puzzle pieces together at a later date.
I'll hold you to that.
Блин, ну тут пиздец все запутано. Я даже забыл, как все это делал.
You sure you can make it stick with one of these suspects, gentlemen?
It's either McCaffrey or Tiernan, sir. I think Jameson is an aberration.
All right. I'll deal with that degraded lunatic myself. He's got some fearful retribution coming. Tiernan isn't one, McCaffrey isn't two. I want a confession from one of them. Don't fail me, young Phelps.
Так, ну что, попробуем.
You ready to answer some questions? You think I have all the answers? People who run from the police usually have something to hide. Touché, detective. Let's see where this takes us. You told us you barely knew Evelyn Summers. She hung around sometimes. I had very little to do with her. You'll have to do better than that, Grosvenor. We know about you and Evelyn. Evelyn was a lush, and a boring one at that. You can't link her to me.
Ну, типа, очевидно, книга нам поможет.
We know that you thought enough of her to loan out your copy of the Metaphysics. I what? I did no such thing. That bitch stole that book from my apartment. The impudent fucking moron. And that made you angry? Angry? I was livid.
Бля,
Looking up at me with that stupid face of hers, begging me to forgive her. Aha. Very good. That's one to you, detective. Evelyn died sometime around midnight. Remind me, where were you? I was at home, writing. I'm working on a manuscript. You're lying, McCaffrey. You were out at the rail yard. And what do you have that proves I was there? How about half of Augusta Summers' last correspondence with her daughter? What are you talking about? After you were done beating Evelyn, you searched her and found her mother's letter. That old lady's anguish amused you. I know nothing about a letter or Evelyn's goddamn mother. So what was it doing on your writing desk? I don't know, but if I didn't put it there, somebody else did. Try exercising your powers of deduction on that. It's either going to be you or Tiernan, Grosvenor. Make it stick, detective. The party has good lawyers.
Ooh, I gotta have it.
Окей. Здорово,
Why did
чел.
you run, Tiernan?
I was the last one to see Evelyn that night. I knew you would think it was me.
Can you describe your relationship with Evelyn?
I barely knew Evelyn.
Keep lying to me and I'll have you charged and in front of a grand jury before your feet touch the ground.
How can you possibly prove Evelyn and I were more than friends?
Блять, но у меня нету почему-то этого хуйни. Последний контакт с жертвой. Но у меня нет такой улики. Ладно, вернемся к этому
Sometimes you have to
позже.
shake the tree to see what falls out. Aristotle's Metaphysics, the book that belonged to McCaffrey.
McCaffrey saw her looking at her once and laughed in her face.
And you're saying Evelyn stole it.
She wanted something of his.
We either hang this on you or McCaffrey. You better give us something.
Well, McCaffrey's been in trouble with the law before. I mean, he always makes out it was some kind of labor dispute, but, you know, I'm not so sure.
You and Evelyn were drinking together last night, and she had no other place to stay.
I don't know what happened last night. I don't remember.
You're lying, Tiernan. You'd been fighting with her. You fought, and...
I'm not lying! She got up and left! That was it!
Ну... Это у меня я могу
She
задать.
left, but she came back. She bought you a quart of whiskey to make it up to you. She told the liquor store owner. You're in deep trouble, buddy.
She said she loved me. She wanted to care for me. But she would never stop talking about McCaffrey. McCaffrey was a writer, and McCaffrey was a hero. McCaffrey cared for the little guy.
Did you kill her, Tiernan?
I might as well have. I kicked her out. She had nowhere to go.
Do you own a car, Tiernan?
No, I don't.
Have access to a lug wrench?
No, we use a lot of them to clear jams in the pin setting machines.
Coroner's report says that Evelyn was killed with a wrench. I think you did it and then planted the evidence at McCaffrey's apartment for us to find.
We went to his apartment. McCaffrey was up on the roof. Evelyn stole the book. McCaffrey went crazy when he found out. He said he would put her out of her misery. He can be very cruel.
Ну пока я не могу.
No, don't go! We both want the truth here.
I was door knocking all morning, but I got a make on the car in the end.
We found the lug wrench that Evelyn was battered with in your apartment, and the note from her mother, and your blood-stained clothing. We have you cold, McCaffrey.
You think if I could be bothered to murder Evelyn Summers, I would be stupid enough to leave the evidence in my apartment?
I don't believe you, Grosvenor. The evidence says that you killed her.
You can prove that I wanted to kill Evelyn?
Tiernan is prepared to testify that you threatened Evelyn's life in his presence.
Self-preservation. That's understandable. Okay, I'll level with you. Tiernan killed Evelyn. He came to me for help. I listened to him,
Нахуя ему
and he
приходить
explained
за
why he
помощью к нему?
Tiernan went to you for help. You expect me to buy that?
That's how it went down. I told him he made a terrible mistake, but he would be throwing his life away if he went to the cops. I took his things and told him I would dispose of them.
But you didn't.
Speak to Tiernan. He'll give it up.
Ой, теперь я могу, кстати, предъявить обвинение. Погодите.
I don't care. I don't go in for letting gangsters off scot-free.
I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you've made it if you got that death.
So Evelyn passed out, and you walked out. What happened next?
I woke up in the morning, very hungover. I thought Evelyn would have come back.
I know you're lying, James. You went out looking for her. Tell me what really happened.
I don't know what you're talking about. How can you say I wasn't in that hotel room?
You wound up at McCaffrey's. You were still incredibly drunk. You passed out on his floor. It's time to tell me what really happened.
Но он бы помнил, что у него проснулся, блядь, хотя бы...
McCaffrey.
Ну, блядь, он так разбудил. Понял.
And he showed me the lug wrench and the letter and the box.
Письмо, видите, а тот не говорил про письмо.
He said I came in with him last night. He said that I killed Evelyn. And that it was all over the radio. And that he would protect me. And I don't know, detective, for the life of me, I can't remember a goddamn thing. And I was angry with her. Really angry. I could have done it. Was it me?
Canary says he'll sing, but only if I guarantee he walks.
Теперь мне не особо понятно вообще, все это работает. У этого чела я один вопрос не задал. Блять, вы не поверите. Как не удивительно, помочь вам сможет телефон. С диспетчером узнать, что МакЭфри в прошлом чуть не избил до смерти женщин. Но стоит его спросить об этом.
You should let me go now. I've done nothing wrong.
Да я согласен. Но у меня не звонит нихуя телефон, я не понимаю. Может, в машину надо сесть? Ну вот еще типа телефон. Не, нихуя. Кому-то из них, очевидно, надо предъявить обвинение на похуй, типа. И уже забить. Ого, этому предъявим в этот раз. А он типа меньше нравится.
Governor McCaffrey, I'm charging you with the murder of Evelyn Summers. She was a sad lady who never hurt anyone except herself. I hope God finds a way to forgive you.
Congratulations, boys, you bagged the fine catch. Another red to boot. Grand. Now, I want you to put this business about a repeat offender out of your mind. This McCaffrey creature shows no remorse, and neither will the grand jury. You would have to walk a long mile to find a better candidate for an unmarked plot at a prison graveyard.
Ну, блядь, я не знаю. Его реально в камеру смертников засунули.
We have lost most of Shaughnessy and Dung squad. The gunny is dead, first platoon's in worse shape. That medic is either crazy or the bravest man alive.
Can we rally with the first and try for the Nambus?
It's sheer to the left. To the right, it goes right through a pass with 2 Nambus and infilade.
Mate,
we can lose everyone.
The lieutenant! Get back off this fucking bridge! They'll start walking the mortars back to their own positions! We only have minutes! I'm in charge here, Sergeant! Get your men off the bridge, Lieutenant! What's your unit, Sergeant? We don't have time for this, Lieutenant! What's your unit, Sergeant? I company 22nd Marines, Lieutenant, and we just saved your ass by fording the river. My orders are to reconnoiter the... I think that point is now moot. You have 10 men left. My orders are to save what's left. Move out!
Well done, lads. You did well with the Summers case. But we have a problem. The examiner received a new letter today.
Do you mind if I take a look, Ray?
Go right ahead. They've both been rinsed in gasoline like the previous letters, so I can't lift a print.
You think talking
Чё?
try hiring a lawyer. I saved a whole year for that car. Are you liquored up?
To suffer woes which hope thinks infinite, to forgive wrongs darker than death or night. Another snippet from the Shelley poem. No one else but the killer knew about this message. If the note is from the Dahlia maniac, he definitely also killed Teresa Terrellson.
Mal and I agree.
But where does that leave us? If this is the Dahlia killer, and he is responsible for the Tarrelson murder, not to mention the Muller
Hang
case.
on a moment, Skipper.
Let me finish, Rusty. We have 5 birds in hand and none in the bush. The department will not survive a scandal if we have to let them all go without catching a fiend first. Your careers will be over for a start, gentlemen.
Looking in wonder.
Ah, fuck it. I knew this run was too good to be true.
I hid myself within a fountain in the public square.
You like that stuff? What is it supposed to mean?
It's supposed to... Forget what it's supposed... What does he want it
Where are you going with this, Cole?
He's obviously taunting us. He believes he's far more intelligent than we are.
Okay, it's some kind of story, right? A guy that God hates, chains him up.
It's an allegory, Rusty.
A story with 2 meanings. A symbolic meaning. But that's what he wants us to think.
Could he be using it literally? Within a fountain in a public square? Could it be that easy?
Can somebody tell me what the fuck is going on?
The fountain in Pershing Square. Come on, we have a clue. Captain? Thanks, Ray.
Be careful, Phelps. This is his game you're playing now.
Yeah, the bum took a swipe at me. Put him down with my sap.
Mouthpiece tore strips off me at the grand jury.
Блять, а как выйти-то я забыл.
Now the DA wants my head.
Нашел.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
All those cases, Rusty. What have I been telling you all along?
We gotta get this guy.
I know. Enough women have died.
Yeah, and it's our asses on the line too, Phelps. You heard what the captain said. The department is not gonna take responsibility for all those bad convictions.
Success is a double-edged sword.
Let's just get this sick pervert and have it done with. Rather you than me, Phelps. Oh, talked about a fountain, didn't it? You know, the local hobos use that as a latrine.
Elizabeth Short. Betty Short. Black Dahlia.
Блять, он не дочитал, да?
There is a cave, all overgrown with trailing, odorous plants which curtain out the day. Where next? Elizabeth Short's social security card.
Jesus Christ.
That's not all. There's another stanza from Shelley.
Can you work it out? You got a city map? See if you can work out where he's taking us. I don't like this freak leading us around by the nose.
Блядь, чуваки, ну это сложно. Точно нет. Ну я, наверное, просто подсмотрю, потому что я ебал рот. То еще где? Недалеко от участка. Ага, если я в другом месте его поставил галочку. Таким же флажочком будет. Ну-ка. Да, похуй. Я типа даже перевыбрал, он не поменял квест. Но это не так просто на самом деле.
You can drive.
Him. It's really him, the fuck who killed the Dahlia. Can you believe this? He's leading us.
It's his game, Rusty. He may want someone to catch him, but he's extremely dangerous. I doubt if he will give up easily.
Suits me down to the fucking ground. We clip this fuck and we get citations. What a day to be a cop. That pencil-pushing Parker won't be able to shove me aside after this.
Да, водила из него, блин, охуенный. Просто встал в пробку и стоит. При этом спереди машин-то и не было. Красивое место, кстати.
Can I help you, sir?
Detectives, LAPD. This is very important, sir. How do we get to the top of the chandelier?
You what?
Have a little faith, pal. We're in a real hurry.
Head up to the top floor. There's an access panel and a ladder in the maintenance room.
Спрятанные значки. Что интересно означает? Это его часы. Я, блядь, подумал, когда зашел, что в здании бомба. Вы слышите? Чик-чик-чик-чик-чик-чик. Никто не заметил, что кто-то, какой-то ретард, залез на люстру. В таком случае это как-то тупо.
Let's go.
I'm going out there, Rusty.
Better you than me. Be careful. Could be a trap.
Какая нахуй кнопка C? Я держал все это время W. Полицейский ранен. Повис чел из морской пехоты. Чё, блядь? А как мне нахуй забраться? Вообще не понимаю, что от меня хотят. Охуенно.
Deirdre Muller's missing watch.
Охуенная идея. Ты почему он оставляет улики?
from the temples high of man's ear and eye, roofed over sculptures and poesy. Where have I seen that?
Jesus Christ, hold it off that goddamn thing. Find a rope, Rusty. There isn't time. See if you can swing that thing from side to side. Get it over the edge, then jump for it. Wait.
Чел, нихуя не качает.
Come on. It's gonna go any second. Swing that goddamn thing and jump for it.
А куда прыгать-то надо? Блять, разъебали люстру. Ну ладно, за это заплатят налогоплательщики, как обычно.
Jesus Christ, hold it off that goddamn thing. Find a rope, Rusty. There isn't time. See if you can swing that thing from side to side. Get it over the edge, then jump for it. Swing it. Come on. It's gonna go any second. Swing that goddamn thing and jump for it.
Бля, вы не поверите, но я не понимаю, куда ее раскачивать. Там какой-то балкон есть написано. Где, блять, он?
Christ, hold it off that goddamn thing. Find a rope, Rusty. There isn't time. See if you can swing that thing from side to side. Get it over the edge, then jump for it. Swing it. Come on. It's gonna go any second. Swing that goddamn thing and jump for it.
That was too close.
Yeah, well, the higher you climb, the further you fall.
Let's get out of here.
Another Dahlia clue?
No. A yellow gold wristwatch.
From older Dame.
Yes. And a scrap of the poem.
Another location.
If I can work it out.
Ну, у нас интересует вот это место. Дальше.
You know the way. You can drive.
Главное, что никто ничего не сказал плохого о том,
He
что
keeps
мы
mementos
вышли.
from all his victims.
This guy needs to be taken out of circulation.
He takes pleasure at stringing us along, demonstrating how much smarter he is.
You can enjoy it while it lasts. Got you now, genius. We're coming for you. I'm pulling rank here, Cole. I'm not hauling myself up there. Go get him, Tiger.
You'd slow me down anyway, old timer.
Главное, чтобы спускаться не пришлось. Не знаю, по-моему, заебывать копов всякой хуйней тупизм. Ну, типа, убиваешь кого-то, убивай и не парься. Но эти столбы просто смешные, если честно. Не знаю, для чего они даже теоретически могли бы быть нужны. А нахуя я сюда пришел?
Sometimes a step backwards is a step in the right direction. Our Lady of Guadalupe, ripped from Antonia's necklace. Round which death laughed, sepulchred emblems of dead destruction, ruin within ruin. So this is a treasure hunt.
Чё, блять?
What is it this time?
The religious medal from the Maldonado case.
The Dahlia, Moeller, Maldonado. When this gets out...
We still have to find the guy, Rusty.
Another poem. Well, you must have some idea, right? Come on, Phelps. We're on a roll here. Don't let me down.
Не парься, у меня Google открыт. Где-то внизу эта хуйня. Даже не помню, где это. Это мы не были никогда. Так что поведу я. Да, вот оно место. Не, ну я надеюсь опять найти какой-нибудь голый труп. Потому что давно в этой игре не было сисек. Время пришло. Так что погнали.
KTI Radio presents national news from Washington. Boxing's on the card at St. Helena's Gym in the Bronx tonight. Golden Girls Boxing. First round bouts in the sub-novice lightweight class, and it's strictly standing room only.
We're gonna catch hell for this. Banging up innocent men.
The newspapers will crucify the guy. They won't have time to wonder about our mistakes. We'll be okay, Rusty, as long as we catch the guy.
I hope you're right, Cole. Be famous if we make this case.
KGPL to all units. Citizen reports man with a gun. Union and Rockwood Street. Union and Rockwood Street. Unit to handle code 2 identified.
Что-то вспомнилась старая игра под названием True Crime. И там типа тоже закопано надо было играть. Блин, насколько же она клевая была тогда давно. Единственное, что мне кажется сейчас, что ну типа в детстве мне казалось, там карта просто огромная. Но на самом деле, наверное, супер маленькая. Я помню, что обещали тогда выпустить продолжение этого True Crime, он так и не вышел. Вот что мне скорее обидно. Будь True Crime где-то года 14 второй, там, ну, от 10 до 14 года, я уверен, что он бы стал хитом. Особенно, если даже не был в этой части города. Реально стал моей любимой игрой, я уверен. Насколько же сильно за 4 года, или там даже меньше, изменилась графика. Вот типа игра 2011 года, GTA 5, которая там, например, в 13 вышла, ну по примерным подсчетам, там даже в 16 у нее уже график, он просто жесть, насколько клевый. А, бля, пизда рулям. Интересно, почему это место называется Уэльскими? А, блядь. Уэстлин. Блядь, ладно, я понял. Неважно. Про этих там.
These are my best shoes, Phelps. I'll leave you to it.
Да, бля, сделай хоть что-нибудь. Ты же тоже детектив. Чё?
Whoa!
Get a move on, Cole. Those boards are sinking. You want to end up like the other fossils? The gangway snakes around, Phelps. Can you see it through the tar?
Easy.
Куда-то идти-то надо.
How you doing out there?
I'd be doing better if you were the one trying to get across this thing. Steady.
Это как будто нефть на самом деле.
You don't want to fall in now, Phelps.
That's at the forefront of my thinking. Easy.
О, туфельки.
One of Teresa Terrelson's shoes. Sphere which is as many thousand spheres. Okay, where to now?
What is it?
An open-toed white shoe, and another stanza from a poem.
Oh, I really thought that hobo bum did the Terrelson broad.
Confessions from the insane aren't the most credible evidence, Rusty.
Is this thing over?
It's all part of his power over us, making us run round all over the city for the crumbs he's leaving us.
So if we keep this up, we can find the guy?
Очевидно, нет. Блин, я хочу продолжить вести машину, если честно.
KTI reminds you a great job awaits you in the United States Army. Enlist now at your nearest U.S. Army recruiting station. Starting salaries at $70.
So this guy looks out for women in bars who've had too much to drink.
Who are emotionally disturbed.
Need a shoulder to cry on, he plies them with booze.
Probably offers them a lift home.
Then beats their brains out and strangles them. Could be any schmo hanging out in the bar.
No, not anyone. He displays the bodies, leaves us messages. For all the violence, it's very controlled behavior.
Ну, уже времени все меньше и меньше, я так понимаю. Ой, бля, лабиринт моченый. Хуями печеный.
On it goes. When do you think we'll reach the end of this thing?
The center of the proverbial labyrinth? How long is a piece of string? How many unsolved murders have we got in this city?
У меня одна единственная проблема, я даже не знаю, где это лабиринт. Видите, вот только сейчас нашел.
You ever been in here, Galloway?
No. I have no intention of going in. I heard that thing's tricky. I'm gonna wait here and have a quiet smoke. Think about hidden meetings.
Серьезно? Чел, да иди со мной, блядь.
belonging to Celine Axford Henry. Thrones, altars, judgment seats, prisons. No, it couldn't be.
See? That was easy.
I found Celine Henry's ring.
How far does this thing go? How did we not catch this nut job?
Блять, не знаю, когда мы поймаем, если... Чел, ты чилишь просто, тут сидишь. Я бы хотел в реале, кстати, оказаться в каком-нибудь лабиринте, это, по-моему, прикольно. Но не один, конечно же. Ну, сюда, погнали. Мне кажется, он поймет сейчас, что это как-то с ним связанное убийство, на самом деле. Потому что именно там и началась его работа.
Leading us this trail of evidence.
Why? Vanity. He wants to see if there's anyone out there smart enough to catch him.
He leaves us evidence, but every location is a trap.
He's testing us, physically and mentally, to see whether we are worthy of him.
The Titan guy, who had the stouts with God.
Very good. You thinking about reading some Shelley?
All that egghead stuff? I'm sticking to the funny papers and the form guide. Sleep better.
Кажется, по этой дороге до конца, да?
All units to citizen reports a 211 in progress at 9th and Grand. Unit to handle code 3 identify.
Stay on this road. There's the throne up there. Now it's just a matter of getting to it.
Блин, ну выглядит типа пиздец охуительно. Где начало пути? Блять, ну проблема в том, что я не понимаю, где начало пути. Я даже скажу больше, не понимаю, где трон. Так, очевидно, нам не сюда. Блин, погодите, наш напарник может быть... Ой, ему не влом в этот раз идти со мной. Прекрасно.
Jesus, now look what you did. Hang on, Cole, I'll get you off of there.
Чё? А как он-то там вообще впереди оказался?
Jesus, now look what you did. Hang on, Cole, I'll get you off of there. You gotta make it to the next platform. Get that thing as close as you can, then jump.
Блин, чел. Не вышло. Это кажется легко. Но это сложно. Но я понял суть хотя бы.
Jesus, now look what you did. Hang on, Cole, I'll get you off of there. You gotta make it to the next platform. Get that thing as close as you can, then jump.
Блять, а как туда-то подобраться? Типа вправо надо сначала наклониться. Не-не, да еще разок.
Jesus, now look what you did. Hang on, Cole, I'll get you off of there.
Разрабы поняли, что, блять, не все так просто. И какой-то чел может нихуя не понять, что от него хотят.
You gotta make it to the next platform. Get that thing as close as you can.
Так, понял, пропустить эпизод. Да, конечно. Блять, ну это поебота какая-то. Ой, блядь, чуваки, она упала. Нихуя ж себе. А, нас нет, трон интересует. Так, ебать, а что нам еще надо? А, там лежало что-то, я даже не заметил.
Typewriter ring. Evelyn Summers. Place he calls home. End of the line.
No, 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 no!
Чего?
I thought the whole thing was gonna come crashing down on him.
I thought so too. He murdered Evelyn Summers, Rusty. The last trophy was her ring.
You find another piece of the poem?
Yes. The last piece.
You sure, Cole?
Let's find out.
It makes short work of dirt and cooking blood just as
Я бы никогда нихуя не нашел. Ну да, вроде вот это место.
Might see this as a cry for help.
God's sake, Phelps. I'm not trying to justify this.
Hear me out, Rusty. This guy has been successfully slaughtering villagers now for half a year, maybe longer. He researches who he kills, and then plants evidence so that we always have someone to go after. If he hadn't sent the letters in the poem, he could have gone on forever. Who would have been number...
KGPL to all units. Citizen reports man with a gun. Union and Rockwood Street. Union and Rockwood Street. Unit to handle code 2. Identify.
Да, судя по всему, тут будет опять какая-то хуйня. Кстати, лол, погодите. Знаете, что я понял? То, что он вырвал вот тут вот пруд.
Help me out.
This is the place. Let's finish it.
Я, кстати, застрял, чуваки, не поверите. Вот это место с прутом, чуваки. Оно отсюда вырвано. Мы с пистолетом идем, а наш напарник. Тоже.
Reminds me of my days as an altar boy.
There's a light coming from the house.
Nothing hasty, gentlemen. Keep your hands where I can see them, or I'll be forced to redecorate the stucco with your entrails.
We're from the LAPD, sir. I'm gonna tell you only once to lower your weapon.
The LAPD, you say? Is it really possible you could have found me after all this time? How interesting.
Put down the gun, shitbird. Last warning.
This boorish ignoramus could never have found me. It was you, wasn't it? Do you remember me, detective?
The temp bartender.
Yes, you found me. You know what I'm capable of, and yet you walk in here like lambs dressed for the slaughter.
We'll see about that.
Куда он делся?
Where did he go?
Down the tunnel?
We can't let the son of a bitch get away.
The house, Rusty. There must be another entrance into the house.
LAPD, give yourself up.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I hate to think what he's done with this thing.
Medical experience, maybe? Maybe some working knowledge of biology. He's cruel and he's methodical.
If we can bring him in alive, there's enough physical evidence for an airtight case.
You heard him, Cole. He's fucking nuts. What are the chances of hauling him out of here alive?
You realize this must have been the place, Rusty. It's the basis for all his riddles. Prometheus defied the cruel gods. This guy thinks he's doing the same thing.
Defying gods can be hazardous to your health.
Я уже смотрел это место. Не знаю, правда, что на дне плавает, но это жесть.
We're going down there.
I'll go. Call for backup and keep an eye out above ground and see where this thing comes out. Don't let me down, Rusty.
You're an interesting man, Detective. Why the police?
Reinforcements are on the way. Cease and desist.
Do I get a sense you're looking for personal redemption? Do you think we have something in common?
Surrender now, or I will use deadly force.
Are you acquainted with slaughter? Are you comfortable out of the light, officer? Are you comfortable?
This thing has come to an end. You know that.
Так, ну мне кажется, он идет в тупик рано или поздно.
You're exactly what I expected. We were looking for a low achiever. Reinforcements are on the way. Cease and desist.
Нормас. Правда, нихуя не видно было.
Where's the press, Cap? I think Phelps and I should get a medal for this. This has got to be the case of the year, right? The case of the century when you think about it.
Are you finished?
Yes, Skipper.
Good. Because there won't be any press briefings or commendations.
What are you talking about? We got the werewolf, the guy who killed the Dahlia, killed all the other broads.
You got no one. Mason was a ghost.
Can you at least tell us why, Captain?
Mason is the half-brother of one of the most highly elected officials in this country.
How high?
Beyond the moon for mere mortals like us, Rusty. There'll be no more mention of him. The city owes you both. But there'll be no mileage in ever bringing this up again.
What's going to happen to the suspects in the cases, Captain? I won't be a part of that.
A bit of missing evidence at the grand jury. A procedural error here, a mistake there. They'll all be quietly let go. The DA knows how we'll have to play it.
That's it?
I'm afraid it is. And I have some news for you fellows. No more rooting around in the entrails of cadavers and corpses for you. The head of Vice has asked the chief for you. I'm reluctant to see you go to the glory boys of Ad Vice, but my hands are tied. Go home to that lovely wife of yours. Celebrate your promotion.
Ну что, может быть, закончим на сегодня? 7 часов все-таки отстримил. Тем более уже 7 утра. Я бы похавал. Думаю, да. А завтра продолжим. Думаю, так все и будет. Так что да, на этом все. Всем спасибо, кто смотрел. Завтра продолжим. Удачи и доброй, спокойной ночи. Всем, кто не спал, хорошего дня всем, кто проснулся и собирается продолжать что-то делать. Вот. На этом все. Развлекайтесь, либо отдыхайте. А я пошел спать. Кушать, наверное, немного, а потом спать все-таки. Удачики. Если кому что интересно, пишите в ВК или в Дискорд. Вот. Там я периодически отвечаю. Добра и удачи. Еще разок.